Hello, welcome back. We're starting 20 minutes past the hour. If you're just seeing me for the first time, I'm Salty EQ Vet, or the Salty EQ Vet, depending on how you want to say it. I'm a longtime MMO player and retired combat veteran, exclusively covering Monsters and Memories, which is a spiritual successor to EverQuest, at least in my opinion. Although they are doing different things with it, they're trying to be their own game very much. And some of the things that I've seen in this game were discussed in like EverQuest 2 and never really made it into that game. So such as having pack animals and things like that. But definitely it captures the classic spirit of the early 2000s. So right now we're on our druid. We're starting in Evershade. And we'll go ahead and bring up the GUI. Anyways, good afternoon, wherever you are out there. Let's go ahead and buff up. And on the agenda today, we are going to be on our internal crusade of getting actual gear, or gear appropriate. I am in a hell level. This is why you see the fire in my experience bar. I've never run into a hell level in any other MMO. Although I think the concept of it has been around for a while, just virtually instead of an actual thing. And I think what this means is that we don't get less XP; it's just double XP. We had to get through the level. Helps slow down the progress of the players. You know, this is gonna be it's a slow game. It's often referred to as sandwich combat, meaning you could eat a sandwich, pick up a drink like I have right here, and still play the game. It's not supposed to be a high action per minute game. Penny Loafer did a video yesterday where she was critiquing the game about that, with particularly the bard and how they have to twist the songs, and there is a recent issue about automation with it. And typically for the last 20 years, and the point I was making to her on her video was that we've had mouse macro, or hardware that actually have macro programming installed. So if you don't know what that is, basically you can set up a keybind, or set up a sequence of keys that your mouse will automatically press if you just press one button. So it saves you from pressing multiple buttons. Now, when I first heard about this, and this is a long time ago, I always thought that was kind of cheating, but really it's kind of an accessibility issue, and I think she is right about that. And so when you are playing a bard and you're trying to cycle through songs that have X amount of seconds, right, just seconds, not minutes, it can be quite tiring on your hand. You know, you get carpal tunnel syndrome. So you typically don't want that. But what I would say is, since that's been kind of like a mainstay for the last 20 years, I've never seen anybody get banned for it. If you're worried about that, and what I was saying to her about that is hey man, probably submit a ticket for that and see what they say. Because I don't think that's what they're going for. I think they're really trying to look for botting. And botting's a big no-no, because if you're doing that, you might be doing that you might pay for something. And I've done that before in another game, but that was in my getting my first degree. Because it was just too time consuming to level up on different characters. So I would just go to college, leave a bot program running. This was in Warhammer Online. I remember I had a guy that discovered that I was doing that with the guild I had, and he had a major fucking problem with it. A moral problem with it. He thought I was morally dubious for doing it, and I was just dude, I don't have time to level up a different character while I'm going through finals and stuff like that. But I wasn't using it to crash the economy or something like that, where nowadays the botting is really for gold farmers and stuff like that, and that has taken its toll on some of the in-game economy. So we don't want that in-game Other games like that have chosen to embrace it. EVE Online is one of them. Or they include it in the economy, so it doesn't destroy it. And of course, you can pay real-life money to get Plex, which is the in-game pilot license, for like 30 days. So they have like sinkholes for it. Anything. There's of course going to be some type of inflation going on depending on what they change in the game, and that's true with every game. Let's take a look at our inventory, see what we're doing. Okay, we're going to turn into bone chips. That's why I was over here. So that's my introduction rant. If you're watching the VOD, seeing me the first time, you know I've started this channel for to help me transition into education, which is going to be in philosophy, hopefully teaching college students. And I need to be able to give a lecture, so this is more about public speaking than it is about anything. And I'm extremely fortunate to have made affiliate, which I didn't even think I would be possible. I didn't think anybody would actually sit down in my streams regularly, and I'm actually very fortunate for that. So if you're doing that and you're coming in every day, hey man, I appreciate that. Because even if you're sitting on the channel and you're lurking and you're not saying anything, I mean, you are helping me out. And again, I appreciate that. You don't have to follow or subscribe. You can just sit in the channel. And that will certainly help me out. All right, we got our tailoring going. All right, we got our tailoring rewards for turning in those bone chips. Was this a tattered rawhide mask? We can go ahead and break that down. Okay, so I think the plan is going to be getting cloth today. We want to work on tailoring. I don't know if I want to do too much level progression with this guy right now, but we will be doing some industry work, as I like to put it, to set up for like alts, because the guys that I would like to game with and group with are all playing EverQuest Legends, and if you're interested in that, I would take a look at that. I don't think I'm going to be able to join that, unfortunately, but I can cover what the crafting is like. It is kind of tedious. I know that they might be changing some of it, at least from like Sean and his from his streams and what he's been saying. Touching back on like the Penny Loafer video, I mean, I hope she gets a good answer. I think she will, if she just kind of explains it in her petition. So, and the other reason why I bring that up is that, you know, like I had similar issue where I have to run 2 clients on my machine. Now that would be considered boxing and be against the rules, but I didn't do that, or I didn't go further with that until I actually contacted the team. And so Sean himself responded to me, and he gave me the green light for it, just because that's the only way, because I tried to get it installed on a MacBook and I just couldn't get it to work. And so I got the green light to do it, so when she's on, they annotated my account, and so when my wife is on with me and we're playing the game together, and there won't be any issues. But we just haven't had time to do that. Okay, so looking at our situation here, we can go, well, we'll keep that. Let's see, we got rawhide canvas, enchanted rawhide canvas, enchanted rawhide. Oh, no, it's just 2 regular rawhide enchanted. Okay, so let's head over to the bank. Take a look at what we're working with. I feel like if you're a crafter, I'm going to need some spreadsheets. Just like an itemized list of like, okay, well, what do I have in the bank with the character? At least major items, not necessarily like, oh, I have 20 wood in there, but I just have like, you know, 4 enchanted rawhide canvases just kind of sitting around. It's taken quite a while to gather up the materials to make those mats for that. It's also been pretty expensive to buy stuff on there. I mean, but that seems to be the most expedient way to get it, and you don't get all. And so, like the turning quest, I'm sorry. So, like the turning quest that you get, like the beetle armor and the drake armor, you can disenchant them. Sometimes you get powder, sometimes you don't. So again, it is a bit of hit or miss on that. And so buying it off the vendor seems to be the most expedient way to actually attain this enchanted powder that's been really hard to get. Okay, so this is rawhide canvas, enchanted rawhide canvas. Okay, so I know I have enough to make a enchanted rawhide. Okay, cool. Enchanted rawhide canvas. Rawhide canvas. Okay, very cool. What do we got here? Cloth scraps, cloth padding, wool scraps, hide scraps, leather scraps. Okay, what is this? Rawhide scraps, hide scrap. I'm going to put that over there. Cloth scraps. I'm going to put that in the bank. Organize that a little bit better. Okay, so we got rawhide, which we can turn into rawhide canvases. We got our brittle sharpening stone. We'll put that on our tool belt. The disenchantment. Okay, we'll go ahead and close that. We'll open this here and do a game of inventory hero. I have 2 bone chips. I can go ahead and grind that down if I really need to. I don't know where my mortar and pestle is, but I can always buy a new one. I mean, I'm kind of flush with cash right now. Oh, they're right here. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll do that. And one of the main reasons why I'm looking in, or I'm doing like herbalism and alchemy. Alchemy seems to be pretty cool as far as what you get out of it. But I'm getting these like magic fronds that are worth like 4 or 5 powder, enchanted powder, and it's like guaranteed as long as it's as long as you have it trained up. Mining, you get these crystallized magics, but you also get a bunch of like gemstones and stuff like that. So I tend to avoid mining unless I really need the ore. Of course, my lovely wife joins us in channel. It's always good to have a spouse that supports your hobbies. And one of the things that let's talk about something else. Let's talk about dealing with toxic players. I had a run-in last night with kind of a toxic player, and it's one of those negative stories, and I wasn't trying to kill steal the guy, but I ended up kill stealing last night for a very specific reason, and I think I'm pretty much in the clear for it, and I'll explain why. So I go out. This bard is running up and down shaded dunes, and he asked in general chat to give us south. So I go, I'm like halfway, I'm like kind of doing my own thing. I run halfway across the zone, and I give him a speed of the wild. And I don't know, I ran around, did some herbalism, trying to gather a few materials for alchemy and trying to find a magic frond if I could. But that wasn't anything. Then I remembered, hey, you know what? There's a name mob called Chompers. So I went to go look for that mob, and I find out that same bard that I buffed earlier, has some aggro to him, and he's kind of running him around. He's kiting him around, and I'm buffing him, and I was like, I accidentally sent him a group invite, and I was like, oh, hey, sorry, man, I didn't mean the group invite. I meant sorry to tell. And immediately I get, I don't need any help. Thank you. Like, just like super short. I'm like, oh no, that wasn't my question. She's like, well, I don't know what you're doing, so whatever. It's like, okay, well, that to me, like when you come off like super short with me, unprompted, I mean, that's kind of like an a-hole move. But in between that time, Chompers aggro's onto me, and I get another tell. He's like, oh, he's mine. I was like, I know, man, I'm not trying to take him from you. I was just like trying to get my question answered, and which was what is the actual respawn time on choppers, because I know I wanted to be like the next one to camp him. So I snare him, I root him, the guy stops responding to me, and he runs off. And so I'm there for about like a minute or two. And he doesn't come back and get the get choppers off of me, because he just aggroed on me because I was trying to help him. So because he was so short with me, I decided, you know what? I'm going to take this name mob, I'm going to run it across the zone, and I'm going to kill it. And that's exactly what I did. And I had the tooth to prove it. Probably not a good idea to piss off the guy who has a higher level character than you and is just trying to help you out. So, probably one of the more satisfying kill steals I ever did. At the same time, he ran away, didn't come back, didn't try to get the aggro off of me for that mob. And I was at that point I was under no obligation to try to keep it from me, because it's aggroed onto me, and I just snared it, rooted it. And if you're gonna be that short with me, and I'll come back, that mob is now mine. So sometimes you gotta teach people a lesson. Hopefully that does not happen again. Again, the negative interactions are kind of few and far between. Let's go ahead and put Sense Magic. Sense Magic is goods. We'll go ahead and put rebuff his Sense Magic. Oh, I don't have sense magic on myself. Who is this dude? Right, sense magic, speed and wild. Yeah, we can go ahead and give him stones then. Just a random buffing party, but most of the interactions that you're going to encounter are going to be mostly positive. But then again, I mean, you are dealing with humanity, so I mean, you are going to get those people who, despite your best efforts, you know, they're just not going to jive with you. Kind of like last night, instead of like, you know, berating the group for a dumb decision not to add like another druid, because like here's my issue with that. When I was looking back at the footage, was we're in a regular grinding group and we're in SGS, Sungreed Strand, and we're just pulling mobs and they want to go deeper and they want to tank, but you know, sometimes you're just not going to get that. And if we have a full group, I mean, we're a bit more powerful, plus we have another healer who can crowd control. And so that was my main issue with it. It was just, I think they were just being, I think that decision is still fundamentally the wrong one to make. So instead of actually berating them, calling them stupid, I mean, I didn't say it out loud to them directly, but I did say that in a tell to somebody, and I probably should have been a bit more diplomatic about that. You know, I just left. And I think that was the right call. Ultimately the right call to make. Plus I already got a level out of it. I was in a hell level anyways, so I didn't really want to stick around to deal with those guys. But anyways, let's go ahead. We have some daylight we can use. Good for the stream. And plus, you know, it was another druid. Like, a druid's, I don't know, maybe we got like a druid mafia going on where we just kind of look out for each other. What do you think about a guild name like that, Druid Mafia? The Druid Mafia? Or Druidic Mafia? I think that'd be a dope guild. I would run that guild. Go ahead and click the plants. I gotta work on not using so many filler words, so if I say that aloud, you just remind myself. You know, you gotta work on that a little bit. Alright, so we got a player right here. Let's see what they're rocking. We got Speed of the Wild, Berserker's Rage, Minor Haste, Regeneration, Minor Regeneration. Let's get this dude, took him up. Hook our shaman friend up with a Stone Skin. Look, I don't think he has Sense Magic. We'll put Sense Magic on him. There we go. Oh, we got Bristly Barrier too. We can go ahead and hook him up with that too. As well as myself. We do need cloth, and I don't want to be... Well, I don't really want to take that away from him. Let's go over here. Okay, there is a campfire we can rest at. Let's go ahead and add a few more logs to it. There we go. Good use. Alright, and then we'll... What do you think, guys? Mantle Winter? I think that sounds perfect. Oh, shoutouts. I forgot my shoutouts. Let's go ahead and thank my subscribers. Zest, my real life friend, subscribed to me the other day. Thank you, sir. You are a scholar and a saint. As we try to work through our mutual friend and try to get that spat figured out between the two of you. My wife, of course... she gave me her free Amazon Prime. That Ginger, thank you, sir. You are a saint. Checkmate. Haven't seen you in a while, pal, but thank you so much. And of course, Dragon USMC, you are a scholar and a saint for those gifted subs and that follow. So I appreciate that. Going above, my audience sometimes goes above and beyond the call. On duty, I just really require people to just kind of sit there and just listen. I have at least one person in the chat, and I feel successful. All right, so we applied our like that. Okay, what do we need? We need our lightning strike, right, guys? We'll take this off. We'll put minor heal on just to get us out of winter. The effectiveness of the spell, I'm not really too sure. The mana regen is a bit more important to me. Although, man, we just kind of need spring and autumn as dedicated mantles. I think that would be a very good rounding out of the class. And again, like, you know, this is a game that's in development, so I mean, things are not going to be completely finished. And once we go into early access, it is going to be a real early access because things aren't going to be finished, and the dev team has said that. It's like, look, we can't have like a perfect game or wait for to release the perfect game. There's always going to be something, so we can release it more or less within a better state. We are going to be getting the Deep, I think, in at the end of this month, but also in beta, I think. And again, don't hold me to that. I could be wrong, but I remember that's what was said. Alright, so we are in spring. Let's take a look. Spring, your damage spells do. Okay, so as long as I do damage spells, I'm gonna stay in spring. And that's kind of what we need to do. We need cloth and the bone chips from the skeletons, so we can manufacture some goods. And the other class I do, and the thing is about the wizard, and I know I didn't have a really good experience with the wizard, but I do want one, and really it's for the ports. Now that I got the ports, I made my first silver off of charging someone yesterday, although he hit me up in the bank. I was like, hey, can I give you some money? I was like, sure, how does 5 silver sound? So it was only like 5 silver, but, you know. I don't charge that much, but I do charge. Alright, so let's go ahead and get some distance with these guys. So I think if you're close enough, like lightning strike will also hit myself. So you know what? No. I mean, they're all about to die. There we go. Okay. Very cool. And of course, I'll leave some equipment on the ground for the noobs. See what this guy's doing. Winter, rested, warmth, campfire. I don't know. Maybe they aren't level 8, so we'll go ahead and give them Speed and Wild. And a stone skin. And less regeneration for this person. Yep, no worries. Yep, no worries. All right, so we have ensnare, twisting roots. That's a good one, but I also want to try. I think this snaring binds is for a group of mobs, so we're gonna try that. And again, even though I'm struggling soloing with the class, at least at this level, where I just need like the cloth and the bone chips to get cloth scraps. I mean, I should be fine. I don't necessarily need. I mean, it wouldn't really hurt to. We'll try the rabbit wolves anyways because they do drop. Alright, 2 of them should be fine, so let's go ahead, get some distance, and see if snaring binds will work on them. Doesn't work? No? I mean, frostbite's good. Frostbite will kill them. Oh, it's AoE around. Okay, that's how that works. Okay. Interesting. Alright. Interesting. Okay, cool. Alright, we'll go ahead and recast Bristly Barrier on myself. Alright. Did not know that. So you'll have to forgive me. Not a druid main, I keep saying that even though the druid I played the most of. Bard is the other one, but I know the Bard is changing soon. And we already got our first wolf pelt. Oh boy. Alright, so if I were to do this... Okay, that's what that's for. Okay, cool. Very, very, very cool. So that just gives me time to kind of like step away. Maybe... Okay, well, I mean, we're not going to be able to do that right now. But we can apply Frostbite if we really need to. And why not, since we have our sharpening stone, we can go ahead and apply that to our weapon. Gives us 2+ strength. That's huge. And then plus you can combine that with a serum from alchemy. And you know, you can carry a lot more. Alright, let's hit snare. Oh. Run over here. Minor lightning strike on. I don't think I'm gonna get it in time, unfortunately. Maybe. No. Okay. I'm probably just gonna go to Frostbite. Frostbite's pretty much on par with Swarm of Gnats right now. If you're just joining us, welcome. Coming back in, welcome back. We're just doing some crafting stuff. Brian X01234. Hey man, thank you for sticking around and being in chat. You don't have to respond, of course, if you are a lurker. The old man Matthew, thank you for coming in, pal. Good to talk to you in voice. If you ever want to team up and get a group, or if you need a Speed of the Wild, you let me know. Just add me in game. Hopefully your experience with the game is going very well. I was just going over, you know, I had a few negative instances last night when I was off stream, but you know, that's kind of humanity for you. And I hope to see... I didn't get to see you last night. I don't think you were on last night. I do like your streams. You're very, very passionate, very positive about the game. It was definitely a joy. I was talking to Dragon USMC about it, and it's always kind of like a joy to see like someone like really be... I wouldn't say like surprised about the game, like discovering the game the first time. It's always kind of a joy, and then like having that reaction with the community being so positive, particularly for like a newer player. But again, the game's not perfect, so it's okay to have criticisms towards it. Is what I tell everybody. Okay, we need to get our lightning strike back on our ability bar. I gotta check out your music too. I had an older friend named Bob, and he was a doctor. I mean, he's since passed away, but he was also kind of like an amateur musician. Died of a heart attack, unfortunately, about 10 years ago. But I always think of Bob. A good man. Alright, so let's see. Let's apply snaring vines. So we figured out what they have to do. They have to be kind of like in the immediate area. Get some distance. That's what we have to do. That's the key. Oh, we'll go ahead and apply snaring vines again. Alright, so now that I know how that works. Yeah, the Bard is a really good resource gatherer. Okay, so the problem is that if they're close enough, that's gonna backfire onto me and damage me. Oh, well, they're almost dead. We'll go ahead and just frostbite them. Alright, tailoring kit, this is exactly what we want. And then we get the bone chips, we can go ahead and take that to the shamans, and they'll give us more cloth rewards here. Matthew, I don't think you've seen Evershade, and that's exactly where we are. And it does give you more money. The quest rewards are a bit better. If you need a teleport over here, I can do that for you, and a soulbind. Unless you're like with a group of people, and you don't want to do that, of course. Entirely up to you. Alright, let's get some... There we go. These guys are all linked anyways. There we go. Alright. Snaring. There we go. Running away. Too bad I can't do it on the move. That would be really cool. Alright, I got rabies. Yeah, so that also hits me. It's okay, in 12 hours I will die if I don't get that solved. But luckily, we're a druid. And we get cure disease. Alright, let's take a look at this. We got this. We got this. Okay, cool. Another low quality wolf pelt. Very cool. Oh, it's alright. So I don't think... Let's see, rabies, 12 hours. Yeah, if I don't get that resolved, I will die. That is a problem for later levels, because once you die, man, you're going to get a chunk of XP like taken away from you, and so you want to get that solved as much as you can. Okay. Druids used to have a bear pet, and I kind of wish we still did, because that would certainly help me level, and I don't mean to complain about that too much, but that would certainly be a thing that I really kind of want right now, especially for mobs at my level, where they're just like kind of like hitting really hard, and I should just be like kind of like the healer in the background. This guy, okay, this guy's not diseased. I always try to make sure, okay, what is this guy? He's got Speed of the Wild, Stone Skin, Lesser Restoration. Okay. We need our lightning thing on once more. And we are in spring, so we're going to get that mana rebuff. Mana gen rebuff. I took off Bristly Berry, didn't I? Lesser Regeneration. What's this guy got? Okay, so I have Lesser Regeneration. Okay, already. Bristly Barrier. We're about to lose that, so let's go ahead and rebuff. Like certain abilities, I'm afraid to take off the action bar, like twisting roots and then snare, because I might need them. But Burstley Barrier, I don't know why I tend to take off. I mean, it's like a 10-minute buff. That should really just kind of be on my ability bar always. We'll go ahead and rebuff the Stone Skin anyways. And Speed of the Wild. I mean, the hour-long ones I kind of need to take off. So I'll take off these guys. We'll just reorganize our ability bars really, really quick. There are lightning strikes. We can do... What can we do? Speed of the Predator. That sounds like fun. That's a sprint. I go to ludicrous speed. Spaceballs is a underrated movie of my generation. We did try watching it like in our early 20s with a watch party, and we all got bored of it, unfortunately. So I mean, like, it's just certain aspects of that movie that are actually really funny. Like also Airplane, right? I can only stand like slapstick comedy for like short periods of time before I'm like, okay, I gotta go do something else. What else should be on there? We got Bristly Barrier. I would say Cure Disease is a good one to have, just because we're kind of in an area full of rabid wolves, and some mobs, if you get so at a certain point, don't attack you when you get a high level, even though they're like hostile. So like the rabid wolves are typically hostile with me, regardless of being a druid. I don't know if that's like a thing that druids have, because some animals that are just like automatically hostile to any sort of class are indifferent or friendly with druids, and so I don't think that's discussed in the class description, but I mean, it's a helpful thing. Alright, so let's go ahead and snare these guys. Too bad we're not getting XP from these guys, but we do need the mats. Oh, well, we can just ensnare him again. There we go. That does feel good. Oh, that's Cure Disease. What the hell am I doing? What the heck am I doing? We got another skeleton here. Alright. Basically exploded. Alright. Snaring mines. Good to practice. Run away. You're reminding Lightning Strike. Oh, well. They're too damaged. Alright, we'll just go ahead and single target. Cloth cap, 10 cloth cap, exactly what I want to see. How much am I getting from these guys? 12 copper? Not bad. Frostbite for you, sir. Why not? Swarm of gnats. If you're just joining us, hey, welcome. Coming back in, welcome back. The Chudster, hey sir, welcome back. Glad to have you, haven't seen you in a bit. Again, if you're a lurker, you don't need to respawn, you can just sit back and relax. But I like to say hi to people, especially my regulars. he go over there? That's weird. Oh, cure disease. Let's go ahead and help that person out here. There we go. See if we missed anything. We'll go ahead and do Swarm of Gnats. The Ensnare is actually a really good ability. It lasts 5 minutes. And it reduces the mob to like 50% speed. That's insane. I already did Swarm of Gnats on this guy, didn't I? There we go. He's gonna be dead in a minute. Hey there, Salty. How are you liking the Druid? Man, I tell you what, it's here's the thing, and I think if you've been here for a while, I know that we just recently became Twitch friends, right? But my regulars have heard this like to the nth degree, but I'm gonna say it again. I'm not a healer class main. I'm usually just the main tank, right? That's kind of main tank or like DPS or range DPS. I'm typically stick in that area. So this is playing the Druid for the first time in any MMO, coming from like an outside perspective where I don't identify with the class theme. I'm not really like, you know, like a tree hugger person, right? It just doesn't like click with me. But the mechanics of the Druid and the playstyle of the Druid is really fun. So if you're coming from the outside and you just don't know what to play for the first class, hey man, I would recommend the Druid. It is in the description where it is a jack of all trades. And one of the things that you might want to think about is leveling up a Druid to a high level so it can support your actual characters that you want to play. So for right now, what we're doing is we're just kiting. We got AoE. We're doing a bunch of AoE to get the mats as quickly as possible so we can outfit like a wizard or a tank if we need to. Old Man Matthew says, I have been working on my Druid lately. It was my main in EQ. It's a lot of people's first characters in EQ, and I never really understood it, but I do understand it now a little bit better because of the mechanics. Yeah, the kite AoE is actually is nice. It's just the mana usage is, I don't think, is tuned in a little. It just needs a little bit more refining in some things, but right now, I mean, the issue with me is that I think I'm just like really undergeared. I should have a bit more AC than what I have, and that's kind of what got me into crafting. It was like I'm so desperate to get new gear. This seems to be the fastest way for me, because even like trying to go out and find named mobs, you know, they're usually camped. I'm not getting good rolls in groups to get like the actual gear appropriate level. So this is what it's kind of resorted to, is getting this, and I think it's going to be a little bit faster doing this than going out and questing, which I don't think should be the case. More AC is needed. Yep, that's true. I'm going to work on crafting also. What are you working on? Okay, so like crafting is all like, again, okay, so like this right, you've played EQ and you know what I'm saying. So it's social dependency, right? And that's also reflected in the crafting. So if I have to level up leatherworking, I also need to level up tailoring, because leatherworking relies on tailoring because you need the padding from tailoring. And so when you get to a certain point, like let's say I just got up to hide, right? Once I start trying to produce hide, I need wool padding. But the problem is, if I don't have my tailoring up enough to craft that wool padding. So there's a bunch of things that I'm doing. So I'm working on blacksmithing, tailoring, leatherworking, and alchemy right now. So we're doing a bunch of stuff. Probably going to be a little less of blacksmithing than usual. But eventually it will get up there, because if I want to, so it's just kind of, yeah, it kind of relies on, all the crafting kind of relies on certain nether crafts to support. So if you want to create a new character that's specifically geared towards one specific craft, like blacksmithing, and you get like 25. Smithing at the beginning, that's huge. That's a huge head start from grinding up from like level 1. And plus you get like the crafting benefits, and I usually recommend humans for that venture. So just want to make sure that I got everything here. I think I did. I did not. Oh, I don't want this. We can drop that for somebody. So yeah, it's not just one crafting skill that you need to work on. You need to work on everything. Well, unless you're doing, I want to say alchemy, because I haven't seen it rely on anything else. Go ahead and get punched in the face by these guys. Oh, some people are grinding. I'm sorry, dudes. One of the things I try to be really cognizant about is whether or not people have a camp already in the area, and I don't really want to. Shit, they're gonna come in too fast. Okay, that's fine. I don't really want to kill people if I can help it. Alright, we'll go ahead and select one. There we go. Now what am I doing? We'll go ahead and drag him over here. And hopefully I'm not like ruining some noob's day because I'm just gathering up all these guys. Sorry, still getting used to the mass snaring and AoE because I haven't been playing it like that at all. It's a lot. There we go. My 0 button. There we go. Oh. I'll be fine. I think. I gotta keep it away from the noobs. Where are all my friends? Here they are. That is kind of a lot of damage. I got quite the train going. I'll go ahead and hit myself up with Spark of Life. There we go. Okay, I do have skeletons. I'm trying not to run them into the guards. As much as we can. Sorry, I kind of feel bad for the noobs. I did kind of take a lot of their thunder. I'm also out of... This is what we're gonna do. You don't necessarily want to get caught by this, but we don't have as much mana as we would like. just start casting frostbite on everyone. Seems like I'm a conductor. Problem with this, since I did overpull, is they're gonna be strewn around the entire zone. Got a little overconfident with my ability. That wolf pup is kind of being annoying. So now's the point where I'm kind of locking in and not saying a whole lot, because I find myself... Oh, thunderstorm. Very cool. Don't have a whole lot of mana. And of course, a lot of these mobs are linked, so if you hit one, all the same class are gonna dogpile on you. So yeah, that minor lightning strike probably needs to be attuned a little bit more, or I'm just like under geared. It could be a combination of both at this point. The guard's not really going to help us at this point because there's just too many of them. So when you're in a situation like this and you overpull, you know, the more important thing is not to panic. We got 43 minutes on our so. We have speed of the predator, so we can outrun these guys, and I'll show you what that is. We got a sprint where we can, at least for like a minute, right? A minute long sprint. We're gonna try to avoid this noob as much as possible. Because the other thing we have to worry about. Old Man Matthews is sorry, I have to step. Brother, you don't have to apologize to me, man. Like, you just, if you want to sit here and lurk in the channel and not say anything, that's perfectly fine. You know, I started this channel to really help me public speaking for my public speaking ability, because I'm changing my vocation into education, specifically trying to teach philosophy. So even if you're just sitting in channel and listening, I mean, that helps me a lot. Alright, I'm a community member first and a streamer second, is how I like to put it. And one of the harder things is, again, like, so like, the mark of a great professor, at least in my opinion, sitting in like a philosophy class, is they're able to give this like very elegant lecture off the top of their heads without looking at their notes. And like part of that is, yeah, public speaking, where they're just able to come up with conversations around it, and they thought a lot about the typical subject. And that's what I am trying to do here. And one of the issues is, like, you know, you're kind of doing like a 4-hour stream and starting to go into 5 hours, and you're kind of running out of things to talk about. I try not to sound like a broken record most of the time. But if you've been part of my regular audience, you know that can happen. Let's see. Do we have enough for a lightning strike? I love that. A lot of mana though, man. Just a lot of mana. Too far away from my... I tend to make a fool. Man, you know, the streams that I've watched and gone back and watched, you know, I don't think so. I think, you know, a lot of people respond well to the authenticity, right? You know, and there's nothing that's going to prevent you from being human. Oh god, I hope that guy doesn't... Right, so my point is, like, don't sell yourself short. I think you do just fine. But you are going to have human moments. As am I. Yeah, so the problem is that I don't remember all the places where I've killed them. But it seems like we've, or I don't know what happened to the rest of them, where they go. They all die? Did I get poached? Hopefully I didn't get poached. That's okay if I did. I mean, I just overpulled. And when something happens like that, I'm perfectly fine with people kill stealing some of the overpulls. And I won't even view it as a kill steal. In my opinion. So now we gotta find all the remnants of my long battle here with the undead. As much as we can. Where else did I pull them from? Did I pull them? I pulled them over there, but now we got the, we got another problem. We got... Those guys are now hostile. What do I got in my hand? Okay, let's do some gathering. Yeah, the main focus of this is, oh nice, I got a magic frond. Disenchanting. Oh yeah, so I'm also disenchanting. One of the reasons why I'm like getting into the crafting so I can make the enchanted gear as well. But it is a daunting task, and I spent hours upon hours of trying to make like 4 different enchanted rawhide canvases, and it is not easy to get this enchanting powder. Alright, so we got leatherworking. What's in our... Okay, tailoring kit. Okay, we'll go ahead and start organizing our inventory a little bit better. Was this the magic frond? Okay, cool. And these are... Matthew, you show there, man. This is, if you're gonna get disenchanting, always keep these magic fronds or crystallized magic, because then you can disenchant them. Bracer, okay. We're gonna break that down. Break that down. Leatherworking, what's in the leatherworking pile? What can we move around? Cloth scraps, wool scraps, okay. Bronze scraps, I probably should put that in the bank. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, didn't. Okay, so we'll move some of these over here. Now I have a full stack of bone chips. Matthew, do you have a character that uses a dagger? Anybody out there in my channel that has a rogue? Like a low-level rogue? Just mage and druid so far. Okay. Do you have any armor for the mage yet? Because I'm going to be making some tailoring to gear up or to skill up, so I don't want to. I don't mind passing that along to you. As if you want it. Elementalists are dope. I mean, yeah, they'll definitely wear cloth. Cloth armor in this game is like the only game that actually looks really well. Okay, so let's go ahead and disenchant the magic frond here. And that's why I do. Alright, so yeah, I got 4 powders. Sometimes you get 5, but nice. Okay, so we can make a couple more canvases out of that. But yeah, this enchanted powder is like really hard to get. At least for me. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, folks. You gotta inform me. Alright, wolf meat. Tailoring kit. Go ahead and put this back. We got this. We got a full stack. Let's head back then. We'll go in style here. We'll head to... for disenchanting? Yeah, you're gonna need the disenchanting cube. Looks like a briefcase. It's a crafter thing, I think. I'm pretty sure. Unless you have like an innate ability. I haven't played Enchanter that much. I know I did the noob quest, which is why I was able to help you out earlier. I think magic powder, or is it magic powder? Magic powder is going to be the next tier up, and I think that's easier to get because the higher level mobs drop more magic gear. I don't know specifically if the enchanter does that. They might. It might be like an innate ability. I haven't. I usually don't play cloth classes. I know the wizard class I tried. I didn't like it. It was just the meditation rate that you had to do. You could pull like 4 or 5 mobs, or like just like 2 or 3 mobs, and then you would be completely out of mana. So I will try that again though, because of the actual port that they get. And I made my first coin off of my group ports that I just got from my druid last night. Yeah, I mean, it's the mana regen is a bit slow. I don't know if it's as slow as EverQuest though. I know the druid at least has like a faster like natural regen if you're in like the spring season, which is what I'm in right now. We're gonna head over to the shaman quarter and turn in our bone chips. Porting and south, yeah, porting and south definitely Definitely a druid strong point. When does I think? Yeah, the druid gets ports earlier than the wizard, but the wizard gets certain places that the druid doesn't, like the glass flats. And I saw someone in OOC offering 70 silver for a port to that place, and I was like, oh, you know what would be good is to level up a wizard just to make money off of it. And that's kind of like my mentality. Like at the end of the day, like I'm one of those players that really like enjoys the economy, because I'm also an EVE Online player. I just don't stream it, and every so often I will go back to that game and play it. And the economy is a big deal for me. So are you familiar with retail arbitrage in this game? Or item flipping? Alright, so if you need to make money, since you're in Night Harbor, and Night Harbor is a bit harder to make money over there than it is here for whatever, and I think what the design reason was for that is to get more people to come over here and test it out and play the newbie quests, which are, in my opinion, are better, but you don't get the Elementalist in Evershade. And so you also don't have like the logistics support up here. So if your pet dies, you're going to have to go all the way back to, almost at Freeport, but Night Harbor. But if I'm on and you want to come up here, and I just don't like the trees. Yeah, I know, but you know, the money makes that go away for me, right? Like I don't mind being a tree hugging elf. You know, we make a lot of good money. So I'm going to go over retail arbitrage really quick for my friend here. And for anybody else in the channel. Let's see who's in the channel. Let's give a shout out to Brian X. I always talk to you in the Chutster. Alright, you're both here. Usual suspects. You know what's interesting to me is that I don't know if you've experienced this, but like somehow and for some reason, like I have an international audience. Like it's small, but like, and it happens on different days. Like 20% of my audience can be like from Israel, or from Denmark, or the weird one is Pakistan, and I'm not sure why that is. A tip: never call out the lurkers. You know, I tell them, yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I try not to. I don't make them engage though, and so I like to say hi. I feel like it's a bit more. I think it's a bit more personal, right? Like, hey man, how you doing? Welcome in. Don't have to respond. You can lurk in channel. All right, so this is the Shady Merchant. Anytime you're, so this is going to be what retail arbitrage is. Anytime you're going to be selling anything to the Shady Merchant, you're like half the price, right? But this is one of the ways, or one of the merchants that you can just sell anything to, right? Like in any other MMO, but it's always going to be at like half price. So, and you can look on here for deals, and what you can do. Make sure that, so like right now somebody sold a quality wolf pelt. Well, that's gonna sell at 1. I'm gonna buy that anyways really quick because I'm gonna make mats out of it. So let's say this rusty scythe. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna buy that for 8 copper. Or this tattered linen. Oh no, I don't want to do linen razor. I want to do, where are they getting linen? Okay, a wasp venom sack. We'll go ahead and do a demonstration with that. And maybe a wolf tooth. And I think the only one that you actually make substantial money selling to this merchant is the wolf blood, so we'll go ahead and sell that to him. Yeah, but my international audience, that's super weird. Like, yeah, it could be from the UK, and then Denmark, Germany, and they're like all on different days. Like, so I don't know what's going on over there, but yeah, it's interesting. And so yeah, some of the guys from that international audience will come on here and start talking to me. I know I have one chatter from Israel. They're pretty cool. And of course, one of the other hazards around here is you got to worry about the elevator boss, and we can see people have lost to that. Anytime we get new players in the game every Friday, we tend to have a little bit more corpses around the main lift. Since I usually stream at night, I get people from the other side of the planet, from New Zealand and Australia. You know, I have a friend from New Zealand, and they're definitely a interesting bunch. You know, my experience, the New Zealanders are a bit more polite than the Australians. I mean, I don't know, like the Australians seem to be a bit more coarse, and not like rude, like F you type of thing, but like just kind of like the mannerisms in which they speak. Oh, and for the World Cup, I don't know if you saw much of the Australian guys go into a Walmart and start chanting, "We're going to Walmart," and there's like hundreds of them storming into this Walmart, and they're like on the produce stands and everything, and then they get kicked out, rightfully so, by the cops. And the funny thing is that they all start chanting, "We're getting deported." You know, a bit of shenanigans never hurts anyone, but man, that was so funny. All right, so I bought that. So now that we're doing retail arbitrage, getting back on point, bought that wasp venom sac for like 8 copper, and I could sell it to 12 at the cook. All right, so if you're ever low on money, that's exactly what you do. You just kind of run around, put it at the correct vendor, and you get your principal back and some. And it can be double what you make, almost double what you make. And there's a few ways to actually get more profit, and I'll show you that in a minute. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, yeah, it's kind of like you're a transportation. It turns into a transportation game. They do have some, mats. So I always like sometimes noobs don't know what they're selling to the shady vendor, and sometimes they can be selling like crystallized magic or magic fronds for like one copper, and they just need to get it out of their inventory because they just don't have inventory space. So. That rusty scythe we have for 12 copper. I bet we can improve that over here at the blacksmith. And since you're in Night Harbor, sharpening stones, I think they're just like 1 copper off the shady vendors. But you can always make brittle sharpening stones if you want to. Let's go ahead and do this. Open up our inventory. We're going to go ahead and... Where is my brittle sharpening stones? We're going to go ahead and sharpen this up. Oh, nope. There we go. And what you have to understand in crafting, sometimes there's like hidden recipes like this. So if I need to like make this rusty weapon into something else, I'm going to put the sharpening stone in the anvil, and the whatever rusty weapon you're using, hit craft. And we're going to make tarnish. And you can't fail on that because you used to be able to fail on that, but now you can just make a tarnished one. I'm working on cooking and was able to get from them. Okay, so yeah, you kind of know that there are some like hidden recipes out there. That's good. So now that we made that tarnished one, and again, same thing with cooking. If you get the raw like meat, you cook it, you can sell it to the vendor for like double. Go back to the used vendor. So what did I buy that? So I bought that tarnished or that rusty scythe for 8 copper, and then I turned it into a tarnished one. Now I can sell it for 15. So that's almost double. So yeah, you can make a. Now there's people out there that don't like this system. They want to turn every vendor into a general use vendor where they can just vendor anything. I just don't like that. I think it takes away from the living, breathing world where, you know, the blacksmith sells blacksmithing items and only wants to buy blacksmithing items. But where the rub is that they're like, okay, well, I have a general selling vendor, but I only get like half the profit. And like, I understand that, but the thing is, what you have to realize is that, you know, at the end of the day, we're talking about trash loot, and where you're going to make the money is you're going to be selling to players. You know, that's my opinion. You guys can feel free to disagree with that. No judgment here. All right, let's organize our inventory a little bit. Okay. If you're just joining us, welcome. Coming back in, hey, welcome back. The only raw meat that I can't seem to cook is like the raw wolf meat, so I just sell that to the cook. Alright, we got raw scraps, cloth scraps, wool scraps, cloth scraps. This in here. Rawhide scraps, we'll put over here. I think we got bronze scraps for whatever reason. Sharpening stone. What is this? That's resin. Rough thread. And making sure I have everything open that I have. Okay. Okay, we don't need that. Cloth padding, cloth scraps, rawhide, wool scraps. I need to put wool scraps in. There we go. Old Man Matthew says, weirdly, I am shy about selling stuff. You never know how much to charge. Yeah, I get that. I totally get that. I do. I mean, part of the reason, you know, again, like I said, like this is for public speaking. Like I got to get the fear over dealing with people, because I'm a retired combat vet, right? Like people, you know, like I've had like this fear of people like ever since like my deployment in 06. You know, it's just it's a game, man, and I think most of the interactions with people, if you're just willing to, you know, at least with me, it kind of like approach people with some like humility, and like I'm not saying that you don't, but like for me, and you're just approach it with authenticity. I mean, I think you can find a fair price for it. I mean, people, it's hard to know what the going rate is, and I would say like for the rawhide backpack, for instance, that I can make, right? You can buy this a backpack with 10 slots off the vendor for 1 gold. But I could, you know, sell it to you for 50 silver, right? That's half the price. So as long as you know, like there's benchmarkers you can use. And of course you can pay attention to what people are willing or trying to buy stuff from. So like this guy is willing to sell rawhide backpacks 6 silver each, right? Like I would sell that for maybe like 50 silver. But you know, that guy just might be flushed with inventory and he just needs to get rid of it. So it kind of depends on what the market is and what people are doing in out of character or auction, which I just recently noticed people using a bit more. Alright, what do we got here? We got cloth scraps. What do we got here? Cloth padding, leather hide, wool. Matthew says, have you heard that they're going to do an auction house? I don't. So I've been kind of lurking in the devs streams for a bit, and over the years, and this is like 3 or 4 years I've been following them, I don't think they've ever mentioned an auction house. They have mentioned something similar to EverQuest where we had vendors and stalls, but they want to keep that they want to keep that social interaction as tight as possible, instead of like, you know, because if you open up to an auction house, you know, that's very impersonal, right? So as far as auction house, no, but they do, what they are doing here with this custom agent, you can have consignment bags. And for those who don't know what consignment is, basically you make a deal for somebody else to sell, and they get like a cut of of the profits that they're selling your items for. So you can have someone sell your items in chat, so you don't have to deal with it, or you can at a later date have a stall with like a NPC vendor, is my understanding, and I don't know when they're going to get to that. Just like with maps in the game, right? What they've said about maps in the game is that they have some wiggle room on it. They don't necessarily want it to be exactly like EverQuest where there's no maps, but they are thinking about, like, you know, player-made maps where we go across the zone, we map it out, and then we can sell the maps. And there's different quality of maps, and so, but that right there is not a priority. So what we have right now, we're probably going to have going into early access where there's no maps, and we kind of have to use our memory and knowledge of the terrain to get around. Yeah, I think NPC vendors is a good thing, but I also think like the consignment bags are also pretty cool too. So you have people willing to, and I think that's a perfect. What is it? A perfect compromise for someone like wants an auction house. You have multiple options. We may not get the auction house, but we do have NPC vendors we can hire. We can also hire players to sell the items and get like a cut of the profit for the selling. And there's people willing to do that. If you're just joining us, welcome. Coming back in, hey, welcome back. Parkour. We're gonna head to the tanner. We're gonna deal with the wolf pelts that we got. I think we already dealt with the bones in our inventory, except for 2 of them. We gotta find where our mortar and pestle is at. Is this the... I think I ran up the wrong one. I did. But I also think I have rawhide, so I'm gonna enchant the rawhide that I do have. Because we will be making enchanted rawhide canvases. Here's the enchantment bench. Let's say I don't... Now, I think the only enchanted gear that you can make are the boots, the legs, the chest, and the helm. The rest of it, you kind of have to either get it from quest, or you can make the enchantment scrolls here. But again, that takes a lot of enchanting powder. Versus... where is it? Yeah, so enchanted cloth, right? It's just 1 to enchant the cloth, 1 to enchant the rawhide. Okay. Alright, we're gonna move on. We're gonna go back to the tanner and we're gonna make some canvases. Well, we don't make canvases at the tanner. We're gonna get the mats from the pelts. Okay. I go up 1 more tier. One of the issues if you do come up here, it is a bit of a maze. Once you get used to it, I mean, it kind of makes more sense. I feel like it's a shorter travel time than in Night Harbor, although Night Harbor has a bit more crafting stations you can use. Alright, this is how we make the pelts, or the rawhide. Again, it's another hidden recipe that you kind of have to deal with. We just put the pelts in the tanning rack and then we hit craft. And specifically it has to be low quality or medium quality pelts. Or animal pelts. Okay. And to rawhide canvases, we can go ahead and craft 2. Thank God they are trivial to us. We'll go ahead and make the rest into rawhide canvases. Do you need a backpack, by the way? Because I'm going to be making them anyways, Matthew. Anybody in my chat need a rawhide backpack? Of course, my lovely wife has joined us in channel once more. She is working a 12-hour shift. She is in caregiving. Yeah, so let me go ahead. We're going to make some rawhide backpacks anyways. We'll gather this stuff up. Oh, man. You know, she comes home and she's, like, dead tired. And it's... like, I want to do stuff with her, and she's like, babe, I just don't have the energy. And I'm like... So even, like, we have scheduled nights, like, movie night. Even then, I mean, sometimes it's a bit iffy. You know, 'cause she has to lift the patient. You know, she has to stand for hours. She's not allowed to sleep at the ward, although, you know, sometimes the patient lets her. It's also interesting hearing some of the horror stories that come out of caregiving about certain caregivers that are just not doing their due diligence for the patient. And you know, you hear about those stories about elderly abuse, and it's you're just, you know, it's shocking. So one of the issues was, I think one of them ended up getting fired, and she was a bit problematic anyways, but she was having like her boyfriend come over at the patient's house while she was sleeping on night shift. And it's like, that's not something you should do. Did I fail? Grab the rawhide canvas, grab the rawhide canvas, rawhide canvas, rawhide canvas, rawhide. Enchanted. You craft enchanted. Okay, yeah, I should have. I'm gonna put that in there. Oh, this is enchanted rawhide. Enchanted rawhide, that's why, okay. That's not the actual canvas. I was tripping out. It would be helpful if I was literate. Right, guys? Canvases. Alright, so we got like 19, we'll take that. We'll put scraps away for another day. Not going to be doing any enchanting with that right now. Cloth padding. We want to take that. Do we need cloth padding? No, we don't need cloth padding for that, but I will take the cloth padding anyways. And then additional cloth scraps. What is this? Tattered cloth belt. Okay, we can go ahead and break that down. But yeah, like I was saying, like the armor sets in this game for cloth gear look very, very cool. The hide straps away. Like, it makes me want to play a wizard or an elementalist, or even a necro. Open that. Put that away. We got 2 rough thread. We'll probably need more. We'll destroy that. We don't need that. Alright. Anybody else in my chat need a rawhide backpack? Depends on how much I can make. So keep that in mind. Scrap, leather scraps, wool scraps. Okay. And we're gonna save the enchanted canvases for a later date. The issue is that I don't want to fail on the crafting. When I'm making my enchanted gear. I was usually in roleplay mode and I just couldn't do evil like the necro. Yeah, I think in EverQuest that was the case, right? You had when I was like 14, right? I was playing EverQuest for the first time. I didn't understand what a Shadow Knight was, and I think that was like my very first character. I was like, oh, this looks cool. Like, I didn't really, like, my friends were like in Metallica, it's got a skull on and stuff like that. But like, I was running around, I got to like level 10 on it, and then I would go to certain places in Freeport, and then I would just get murdered by the NPCs, and I like didn't understand the alignment system. Here in this game, I think everything it's not based in good and evil. It's kind of like every class thinks they're doing good, and most places are okay with necromancers or shadow knights. That might change. That might be just race. They might do something different with the deep. with the deep elves. I don't know if they're... Because I think Sean said the passing comment about, you know, being kill on sight in Night Harbor because you're from the deep. Don't quote me on that, but that could be the case. But I would love to have like a deep elf Inquisitor. That would be... Oh, that's Speed of the Predator. Why did I do that? We need Speed of the Wild. It's already been an hour. Okay. Recast that. Ah, okay, makes sense. Why all the evil types in that Night Harbor. So, yeah, I mean, plus, I mean, like, logistically speaking, right? You know, you only got, like, 2 cities out, and if you're in early access or beta, you kind of need to be able to test all the classes. So, I mean, it works out, right, for development reasons. Heavy thread, light thread, we need rough thread. What do I got? I got 2, so 18. I should know math, because I also tutor math, reading, and science in my, for my, like, vocation, well, quote-unquote job. I mean, it's not even really a job for me. You make good money with it, with tutoring. Most of it is math that the kids are having problems with. Typically, it's just their multiplication table, and 90% of the students that I have, you really just got to teach them their multiplication tables, and they'll improve their grades as a result. Rawhide backpacks. Okay, I got 2. I mean, hey man, I hope there's 7, so that's 14, and I only got like 19. Okay, so we're only going to be able to make 2. So, and they're blue. Let's hope. You're an IT guy. I'm also an IT guy. I'm changing my vocation out of IT. My attempt failed. Hopefully I can make one for you. I did make one for you. Okay, I'll put that aside. And then we can make a... What do we want to make next? We got enough for a rawhide tunic. Hey, alright. Made a rawhide tunic. Yeah, well, I mean, like, I've spent so much time in the IT field. I probably should too, is what he was saying to me. So, I mean, assuming that you mean, like, getting out of it. You used to be able just to get a degree and then just, like, get a job with that. Now it's all certification-based, or you're going to be going into coding and working on your portfolio about your coding projects. And I just... I used to be a bench tech for a long time, and dealing with it was a passion. Like, computers have always been like a passion of mine, and turning that into a job was like super awesome. Dealing with like customer service was not something I ever expected, and you usually get blamed for the problems that the computer is having, or the client will take their frustration out on you, and that's something like I never expected. But that's kind of the way yeah, and plus I don't want to go to CompTIA and pay like $300 to have the privilege of taking their test just to get like the A+ certification, which I'm already qualified to, because I've already done help desk, I've already been a bench tech, or, you know, the Network Plus, and then you're working for somebody. It just it's not something I like doing anymore. Matthew says, I have been in IT for decades, never got the certs, thankfully. Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, where you're at, I mean, you probably aren't going to need them. But for someone who doesn't like have any like social connections, or you know, because you make social connections like throughout the decades that you're working in IT. But if I were to go up to, I don't know, a government organization, even though I have all this experience, they still want the A+ certification, even though I've already done the jobs in the past that now I don't really qualify. Excuse me. Really need to do that. And plus you need the IT or Network Plus and Security Plus. But yeah, if you guys are thinking about IT and you're going into IT, just go do the certifications and get your degree in something else like philosophy is my recommendation. And plus with like IT degrees, the one I have, they depreciate over time. And that's because the classes you're taking, because a lot of the I don't know what it is. I mean, you obviously have to train on the equipment that you have at hand. So like one of the classes that I had in college for my IT degree before I got my philosophy degree was like Server 2008. Obviously that's 20 years old, almost 20 years old at this point, and like what, like, yeah, obviously that's gonna be depreciated. That's not gonna be, it's gonna be kind of useless. So the degree itself does depreciate over time. So if you want to get something that you want to make money, you want to be smart and make money, yeah, get into like an engineering degree, or yeah, go into like a practical application of like the humanities and get a philosophy. My kid wants to get into philosophy. Okay, yeah, I mean, I would. The reason why philosophy is good, it doesn't teach you what to think, it teaches you how to think. And that's kind of my elevator pitch to you about it, and just kind of like being okay with it. I know it doesn't seem like you would make money out of it, but like you do. And it may not be the most straightforward way, but like, yeah, you have incredible problem solving skills from it. And you grow as a person. Alright, what are we doing here, guys? Alright, so I got a backpack for you. I'm gonna put that in my bag. You're probably gonna be on later tonight, I imagine. So I wish there was a mailing system in here, though. That would be nice. That's one of the things that EverQuest 2 had that I would like to see added in the game. I think IT taught me a lot about problem solving. Yeah, it does. Troubleshooting certainly does. And music, I think. Music, I don't know much about. I used to play saxophone when I was a kid. I used to be able to read music and stuff like that. I was I was like the first chair of like the saxophone in like middle school. But I imagine, yeah, music definitely helps, especially if you're making your own music. That would definitely help with that problem solving skills. I may be on later, but I need to set up stuff for my music stream, make it adjust. Yeah, no worries, man. I'll stuff this away somewhere for you. I'll put that in actually the Night Harbor Bank. And then if we're both on, I'll go ahead and throw it at you. There you go, you got a fairly good 10-pack slot. Yep, no problem, pal. Alright, we're getting reorganized here. What do we got? We got one rawhide canvas after that, which is probably to be expected. Cloth padding. Wolf meat. Destroy that. We don't put that out of our inventory. I mean, I'm flush with cash, so sometimes uh-oh. But this guy's gonna ask me something, is he? I mean, that's fine. I don't mind helping people, but I'm just like... Sometimes they ask at like really inopportune times. And I'm just like, because when you play a druid, I mean, people ask you for like ports and Speed of Wild like a lot. Especially in Night Harbor. And what I think, guys, I think we gotta start charging for that. Alright, we need to get to the second tier. We're just gonna organize our inventory. We're gonna go back out there. We're gonna gather more cloth. Do we have any cloth left? Did I use the cloth? I don't think I did. I think I just put it in the bank. The cloth scraps? Yeah, I didn't use it yet. So that's another thing that we can actually look at while we're here. And if any of you sitting in stream need something, hey, just reach out. More than willing to help you out with your character. We'll head over to the cloth workstation and make some bolts. Because the bottleneck that we're going to run into is we can't really produce hide armor, which is going to be the next tier for me that I can use without actually progressing in the cloth area, because we got to make the wool padding. And I try to keep down, or try to keep my production costs a bit. With that, let's see, 6 bolts. Let's see, how many bolts do I actually have on me? I have 11. Okay. We'll also go ahead and do some mining while we're running out and around gathering material. Alright, speaking of which, I'm going to go ahead and head to Night Harbor, and I'll store away that bag. Okay. And one of the other issues with Night Harbor, I mean, it's just so much more crowded, and you're going to get lag. People crowding the bank guy. Do I have anything in the mining pouch? I do. Where can I stuff this? Oh, small field pack. Put that in there. I'll take that. There we go. Satchel. I gotta get rid of these satchels at some point, because I can make the cloth satchels, which are 8 storage instead of 6, which is really good. So we're gonna do that. We'll head back up to Evershade. PT Armagans, is that how you say your name? I'm sorry, sir, if I mispronounced that or butchered that. I got into closed beta, started to try to play this morning, and man, it was a struggle. There to solo, easy, beginner class you recommend? Okay, so it's going to be the Druid. Druid is probably going to be, it's one of the classes that, P is silent, it's a bird, pronounce it. Tarmagans. Did I say that right? Tell me I said that right. I'm sorry if I'm a little retarded. Okay, alright. I do have brain damage. Just a little bit from surviving explosions. Yeah, so I would say the druid is going to be the jack of all trades, the one that you probably want to do, the one that you can make the most money off of as a new player, because you got teleportation. So for instance, I can go to, I'll show you how fast the druid can go around. So I just got to like level 24, and this little hell fire thing is called the hell level, so it takes double the XP if you're just seeing this for the first time. So right now I'm right next to the Elf City, right? So let's go ahead and tick this off. We'll put on Exodus to show you how fast I can traverse the map. And some of these abilities don't really do it justice. Seek in Exodus, relocate yourself to a safe location in the current zone. It doesn't really tell you that it's going to put you next to a zone line, but it does, and it usually always ends up being in the southern position of the map. Now that we're in Evershade, we're going to be going over to Keeper's Bite. At a later point, you do get a group Exodus. I think that's at like level 55. So now I'm in Keeper's Bite. I'm already at the zone line for Vale of Zentar. And this is the way to Night Harbor, by the way. I started a Wolf Bard, and I don't know if there's a newbie. Okay, so one of the other things that you need to understand, I'll go ahead and read your comment in full, forgive me. All the classes are going through a revamp period right now. The ones that they did the revamp are the Druid, the Wizard, the Spellblade, the Archer, who else got it recently? The Beastmaster, and the Rogue. The Druid, or the Bard is supposed to be the Jack of all trades, is another strong solo class, Jack of all trades class that you should have, but the revamp hasn't applied yet to them. Exodus is only for yourself right now, but there is a group version at a higher level, and I think it's at level 55. I'm gonna double check on that for you, but I think that's the one you get. You do get a group port to Evershade and Night Harbor, and I'm assuming as when the Deep releases, we're also gonna get a group port over there too, hopefully. But yeah, as far as like a newbie doing the beta, my strategy is, and this is what I was telling Matthew over here, was like, hey, you want to get at least like one character up to a reasonable level. I would say like in the 20s or 30s, and so having like a support character that can get around town, that can get around the map, that does all these great things, is probably a good idea to help boost your other characters, especially that it's going to come across armor that's not going to be able to use, that you can store or improve at a later date. So typically I'm a tank player. Like I like the Inquisitor, I like the fighter, the paladin, and those are typically the classes I typically stick around, and maybe like some DPS classes. So I'm coming from like an outsider's perspective, and I didn't play the Druid before the revamp, so this is all my knowledge from the Druid right now is from the revamp. So okay, I'm gonna hit Exodus again, and we are in Fallen Pass already. A group Exodus would make travel too easy, I think. I think that's why it might be at a later. So now I'm in Shaded Dunes. Right now I'm at the zone. Now I'm at Night Harbor, right? And it goes from north to south. So if you're north, you're going to be heading southwards, and I think from the other direction, it's the same thing. Wood Elf Place, for sure. I'm sorry, let me go ahead. I don't think I read your comment. I started at the Wood Elf Bard. I don't know if there is a newbie area or not, but I could kill... But I could... Wait, area or not, but I could kill any of the beast or spiders, lol. You could or you could not. I'm assuming that you could. Couldn't, okay. Yeah, sometimes you're gonna have those experiences with certain classes. I remember when I started playing, I played with a monk a bit, and I died to like a rat. Uh, so you might have to do the newbie quest. So I would suggest. Do I recommend Night Harbor as a starting area, or Wood Elf? I would say the Wood Elf area. You're gonna make more money. The class or the rewards are better. You have infravision on the Wood Elves, and I think the Halflings, so you can see better at night. That's just me, and of course I typically don't play Wood Elf. I play like human, but for the stream I decided to do it because it's kind of out of my wheelhouse, and I kind of wanted to have a fresh perspective on it and have like those first time moments, like, oh, okay, this is like actually really interesting. Oh, I didn't expect that type of thing. Old Man Matthew says, I group Exodus would make travel too easy. Yeah, so let's go ahead and take a look at. Well, since we're in Night Harbor, the Druid area is fairly close to us already, so we're gonna take a look at that. But yeah, I just traveled all the way across the map by using Exodus. And again, if I want to do that again, I would just put Night Harbor or Evershade on there, and then warp back to Evershade, and then go to the selected destination. Now, I think the only other class that actually gets teleportation is the Wizard. So that's another class I want to level up right now. As far as the revamp goes, I mean, the mana and the meditation system on the Wizard is a bit too much, and I ended up not liking it. But I do want to get to a point where I can teleport people and make money off of it. It's like I was saying earlier to one of my chatters in the stream was, hey, I like to, at the end of the day, play the game for the economy. And so I'm glad the devs are also taking a look at that. So yeah, and also there are noob areas. They're called noob yards. So you should have been able to take on the bats. Do you know what conning is, or consideration? Because before you engage a mob, you need to consider it. Right? The mobs are not going to tell you what level they are. They're not going to have like floating level numbers or anything like that. And the devs are trying to make it as immersive as possible. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and take a look. We are at level 24. Mr. Matthew here. We are going to take a look. Let's see, level 24. Did I forget anything? I don't think I did. Okay, so level 28, we got Blast of Cold, Bramley Barrier. That's going to be fun. This de-extinction is for if your pet dies, I can res it, or your mountain dies, I think I can res that too. Lesser Lightning Strike, that's going to be fun. That's also 50 silver, so I gotta watch that. Nature's Lull, Poison Protection, Swarm of Flies, so that's gonna replace the Swarm of Gnats. Touch of Life, because I have Spark of Life right now at level 28. Elemental Crack, Encircling Roots, Fire Resistance, Gust of Wind, Pack Speed, Steel Skin, that's also going to be nice to have. Summer's Bounty, let's take a look at that. What is that? Okay, so it's a heal. Should have known. Winter's Fury, Wolf Pack, Cleansing Poison, Coax Beast, Cold Resistance, Exceptional Heal, Greater Frost, Lightning Strikes, Lull Beast, Regeneration. Scroll, Evershade. What is this? Is this another group? Okay, this might just be this slightly better version of the spell. Spark of Harmony, Spiky Barrier, Abolish Magic, Blast of Ice, Immune Disease, Group of Nature, Nature's Peace, Species Revivalism, Swarm of Bees, Touch of Harmony, Diamond Skin. It's also really good. Greater Gust of Wind. That's the Interrupt. Greater Lightning Strike, Poison Resistance, Summer's Grace, Thorny Barrier, Winter's Wrath, Elemental Fracture, Ensnaring Vines, Greater Regeneration, Persuade Beast, Savage Frost, Spark of Creation, Superior Heal, Law Greater Beast, Blast Winter, Exceptional Lightning Strikes, Nature's Serenity, Renewal of the Wild, Swarm of Hornets, Touch of Creation, Sanctuary. I think this is what the spell is. So I think we have Seek Sanctuary with your group, relocate them to a safe area, and so at that level 55, right before level cap. Well, Matthew says, I'm surprised spells are so cheap. Well, I mean, they just did a revamp, so they just kind of like refunded everybody. So if you had a character made before this, I think you get the discounted prices. Plus it's the beta, so. So yeah, level 55 is the actual. Let me go ahead since I'm here and got a naked elf here. We gotta go ahead and do our druidic duty and give him Speed of the Wild. Did I do that? Wait, hold on. Did it fail? Okay, I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna leave in shame. 55 is a long way away, and I think that's fairly appropriate to put a group port. I think that's a fair compromise, right? Because like if they put it any earlier, it might be a bit too. But like, you know, part of the charm of this game isn't like getting to the end game. It's the journey. I mean, believe me, I kind of would like it at an earlier date, but you know, like whatever, and it's fine where it is. And again, I think the druid is they have it dialed in. Sorry if I lost people when they were going over all the spells, but I just wanted to make sure that that I didn't skip over anything, and I just wanted to make sure that I knew the class. So it is seemingly at level 55 we get the group Exodus. Alright, I think that's a good time to take a break. I'm going to be gone for about 5 minutes, guys. Thank you so much for joining. I'm going to be just getting up, stretching my legs. I think you guys should too. Let me go ahead and put into a less annoying area. Here, I'll give you some atmospheric monsters and memories before I take a 5-minute break. Time for me to head home. Thanks for the info and the backpack. Yeah, for sure, pal. Talk to you on the other side. Yeah, absolutely. We'll talk tonight. For sure. Alright, guys. Thank you for joining me, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate the chatting. And I will be back in about 5 minutes. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming back. If you stuck around, thank you for sticking around. If you're watching through the VOD, thank you for watching the VOD. We're on our druid, and we're going to continue on with our journey of getting our druid geared. Specifically, we're just skilling up and we're putting ourselves in a really good position to support all of our other characters. And what I mean by that, we're going to be doing some tailoring. We'll go ahead and we'll pull up the GUI here. We don't necessarily need this pop out at this point in time because, you know what, at the end of the day, we're not really trying to level, at least with this stream. We're just trying to be doing the crafting. And so this is at least how I craft. We got to remember that this is going to be for the old man Matthew. All right. And our main thing is that we need to get more cloth. We're gonna be going to Evershade, and doing that, we'll take the bars with us. Take that with us. And the copper ore. Put that in the pouch. So I'm looking for my mortar and pestle. I'll take that copper ore as well. And the reason why I have so much copper really is due to me like searching for the crystallized magic. What is this? Brittlestone. We have brittlestone. We'll go ahead and put that in this bank. There's all that. There's all this. We are gonna reopen the bank. See what we're missing. I don't know if we're missing anything. It might be somewhere else. I mean, it might be... Where would I have put it? I thought I put it in here. Maybe I didn't. Doesn't seem like. Where the heck did I put it? It's probably, well, it's probably in Evershade. Okay, well. I guess that simplifies things. Small field pack. That's usually just worth 2 silver. Oh, yeah, so we're gonna head back to Evershade. Yeah, so to point out what Matthew was saying is that he's kind of a bit shy when you're dealing with people, and I get that. But, you know, good price of them. One guy was just selling it for like 6 silver each for the hide backpacks. This guy is selling it for 30 silver, right? I mean, it really kind of depends on who's on, what they're going for at that particular point in time. You know. So just keep that in mind if you are trying to be a captain of industry like myself. Okay. Although, realistically, we're just trying to get our druid geared, but the byproduct of that is being able to sell a bunch of stuff on the market. We're going to Evershade. Oh, Vinny Black. Hey, man. Are you still there? I usually don't get a lot of YouTube comments, and I apologize if I didn't see you, but yeah, it is kind of a chill game. Still chilling, alright. Yeah, I'm usually on Twitch, so forgive me if... I know, there's been several moments where I've, like, people have talked to me in the YouTube chat, and I've just, like, didn't see it until it was too late, because I don't really get a lot of people chatting on there. Okay. Alright, man. Just relax and, enjoy the show. We're just crafting. So overall, we're just a pretty chill stream. And I try to show off monsters and memories as best I can. Okay, we're going back to Evershade. You're just joining us, hey, welcome. Coming back in, welcome back. Appreciate you guys sticking around. Uh-oh. Alright, sometimes we do get hanging. I mean, you know, with any game, like, you're gonna get some level of bugs, but I mean, this is the first bug I've encountered in a while. Other than, like, the known issues, trying to get out of the sea. I mean, I think it did. It probably did lock up. Vinny Black says it did lock up, so I gotta put the chat back on the stream, the combined chat. I did, so we're gonna fix that right now. But yeah, this is the first bug I've encountered like this, so I mean, it doesn't happen all the time. So after how many streams and how many hours, it happened. So, or the lockup happened. We're gonna go ahead and shut down for a moment or two. And I'll be right back. And we're back. But it's been a while since I've seen that happen. Not too shabby. I mean, other than, yeah, so I was talking about when you go in the water and you try to come out of the stream onto a bank, like your character kind of like starts wigging out. So something's going on with their geometry. Hopefully that's not intended. There we go. Thought I forgot about something. Over here. Okay, we are. Do we have everything set up that we need to? We probably need to go to the bank. We'll vendor the smallest field pack if anybody wants it. You let me know. It's only worth 2 silver. Have I fell to my death traversing up there like you know what? There's a lot of people by the lift. A lot of corpses from people who travel from Night Harbor all the way up to here. We typically get a lot more corpses on the beta invite days, which is on Friday. That they send out like 1,000 beta invites. Have I ever fell to my death? I have on stream when I was talking and conversing. I was kind of going off like a philosophical tangent with somebody in chat, and I wasn't paying attention and I fell off. And I think I was something like this. It was kind of like a corner like this where I just kind of fell to my death. So yeah, it does happen. But it hasn't happened since, so, and hopefully it won't happen again. There are times when I buff noobs with the speed of the wild, and they don't know how fast they're going, and they fall right off the platform. I'm not sure how I feel about it because it is kind of funny to see that kind of happen. Like, I don't intend it, but I mean, it's just like, oh. It's something out of a dark comedy. Right, can we put the field pack, small field pack in here? No, we can't. Alright, we're gonna have to vendor it. It is only... Can I use... Nope, can't even put it in there. Okay. So small field pack needs to be sold back to the vendor. We're gonna go up to the second tier. I think that's what it's called, Trader's Terrace. Sell. Outfitter, there we go. We can sell the small field pack. Recuperate some cash from that. It has served us well over many months, but now I can make far greater things. Oh, probably shouldn't leave the Trader Terrace too soon because I also gotta sell other things. Spider silk, get a few more copper, bag vendor. Okay. Let's take a look at our inventory. We are right by the smelting area. We'll go ahead and take advantage of that while we're here. We'll head back to the tavern, get a rested bonus up again. And then go back out, harvest some resources, and do this all over again. We need crew ignite molds. Let's see, how many do I... 29, so I need 29. I could just type it in, which would be a lot faster. If you're just joining us, hey, welcome. Coming back in, welcome back. Say hi. Hey, pal. So the theme of this is pretty much we're just crafting. Keeping our nose to the grindstone. Oh, we got 29. Let's make some stuff. Copper fasteners we're gonna need for tailoring. We'll do 8. What about 8? Sounds great. So yeah, since you don't need to respawn or anything, you're probably just lurking, which is fine. I do apologize about yesterday, the group. I should have asked before I started streaming. I didn't mean to make you do all that work, switching out of channel and stuff like that. I didn't stream for a while, and my wife was out with a friend for a few hours, so I was able to, try to get in the stream, and you were online. I was like, oh, okay, cool, we're gonna finally be able to group up. But I probably should have asked, because it was probably a bit presumptuous of me to do that. Alright, so we got... Well, I mean... Well, we'll go ahead and make more fasteners. Craft 8 more. And I'm stuck. There we go. Okay. You can crouch in this game by hitting the Z button. Alright, there we go. That's what we need to see. Well, we didn't get any new recipes right now, so we're gonna have to get, oh, maybe we got this. We got the enchanted bolt. Well, we'll see. Alright, we're gonna take all that cloth. I did mention I would probably hook, Old Man Matthew up with a full set of cloth armor. Oh, okay. Wrong kit. Promise you guys I know how to play this game. Mostly. And we will be getting more we'll be getting more copper while we're out there. We're just recouping some of the resources that we used for tailoring. Why not? We'll use Exodus. Well, no, actually, we won't do that just yet. We're gonna go get our buffs. We're gonna get arrested XP. Or well, our arrested bonus. Because why not? And that's what, like, the druid, I mean, because like all the agility or the ease of movement abilities that the druid gets, I mean, you're able to gather more effectively than any other class, in my opinion. I mean, the other one might be Bard, but so far this is shaping up to be a fantastic gathering class, and it supports all your other characters. Okay, here we go. What do I need? I need stone skin, right? There we go. We're gonna need sense magic. These. Already got Bristly Barrier up. Do we have our regeneration? Even snare. We're 8 seconds left on Speed of the Wild. Go ahead and rebuff on that. Okay. And then we'll put ourselves into spring. Because we're going to need it. We're going to be gathering up all these skeletons and grinding them down. sure the stream is a-okay. Seems like it. Yeah, so there is always like some setup work when you're dealing with a caster class. Hey, what am I forgetting? I got Sense Magic, Lesser Regeneration, Stone Skin, Mantle Winter. Speed of the Wild is on there. We'll go ahead and take that off. Or Bar, probably not going to need it. I will put Speed the Predator on, just as an oh shit button. And one heal should be fine for us. Need Lightning Strike. And Snaring Vines. What else can we put on there? What else should I put on there? Oh, Lesser Regeneration isn't just 20 minutes, it's 30. Okay. Bristly Berry is already there. Oh, I know. Cure Disease, since we're going to be dealing with some disease wolves, which people don't typically like to deal with. Because, you know, sometimes they don't have Cure Disease on them. And you will die from it. Really, if you get great rabies, you, at the end of 12 hours, you just kind of explode. So we don't want that. Especially at our level. Oh, I caught at Classic EverQuest. It wasn't a stream, but he did it was a VOD. That battle music overlay that he has, it's awesome. I mean, it's awesome in the best possible way. It kind of caught me off guard because it looked like his skeleton was like dancing to it, and I was just, it made me giggle in like the best possible way. Don't know who Classic EverQuest is. I would definitely highly recommend you guys going out and looking him up if you guys are watching the bot or in the audience. He is a cool dude. Alright, we are going to the ruin area. I wonder if I want to go this way or do I want to go this way? Discord because I'm hearing notifications. Oh. Okay. Not for me then. I do see a copper node. We'll go ahead and grab it really quick. Okay, I'm gonna have to shut off Discord because I just keep hearing the notifications. Which is unfortunate because I like to have Monsters Memories up to see if they have any like live game announcements. Since people can't seem to control themselves, is it also on my phone? Is that where I'm hearing it from? I'm hearing it from there. So it must be my computer. This is a rich copper vein. Yep. I'm hoping to get some crystallized magic here, guys. I am fairly close to being able to make some enchanted gear for myself, which is going to be really beneficial because I'm just like not able to stand up to mobs anymore, at least at my level. I know I've said that. I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record. Do some gathering all around because we do need like magic fronds as well. If you're just joining us, hey, welcome. Coming back in, welcome back in. Welcome back in. Glad to have you. Okay. Oh, another one. We are going to need some wood, though, because we need to... Is it faster by the campfire if you meditate? Say hi, and greetings, good sir. I hope you're having a nice day and good stream. Yeah, man. Thank you. You know, Slayham, it's always a pleasure having you... You got tickets to this gun show, Slayheim? Yeah, it's always a pleasure to have you in chat, pal. You know, like, I don't know if you heard me, like, earlier, you kind of looking or lurking. But yeah, like, was it the other day we were all together? You know, I probably should have asked about streaming coming into the group because I didn't mean to make you, like, work harder or anything, and I just kind of, like, was like, oh, yeah, it was probably a bit presumptuous about me to, like, coming and, like, oh, guys, I'm streaming. So I do apologize about that if I made you work a little bit harder than, you know, switching your chats and stuff. Again, which I wouldn't have mind. You know, mostly my chat was like kind of empty, and I just kind of stayed quiet and let you guys talk, which is perfectly fine. Added in to the conversation. Okay, yeah, for sure, man. Sam says, I'm horrible at organizing stuff now. I got your Discord all good. Say hi in chat if you didn't know. I do have people in my YouTube chat. There's another streamer. Definitely a way better streamer than me. It was him, Slayheim, Classic Cool, and Classic EverQuest I started watching pretty much all at once. I got into the habit of muting myself and then when talking sometimes because other people were recording YouTube and my stupid voice in their videos. I appreciate you. It's fine. Yeah, no problem, pal. I mean, like, you guys inspired me to... You group of guys inspired me to actually, you know, get into this... this realm. Because, I mean, like, authenticity is a big thing for me, and so just seeing, like, some people... Because, like, you know, there's like a lot of YouTubers out there that are kind of, like, doing it for a job, and, like, there's nothing wrong with that, but, like, you know, just... It just kind of doesn't hit as hard for me, right? And so then I found, like, you guys, and then, you know, I was like, oh, okay, these are actually the hobbyists. That, I mean, if you do it for a job, like, whatever, but, like, just, like, the way you guys come off, it's definitely, resonates with me. And so, that's exactly it. But yeah, it was really cool to, I think I was watching you guys for a couple years before I've even talked to you. So it was definitely cool to get in a group with Classic yesterday. I hope I wasn't like fan gushing too much. I mean, it scared me half to death. I mean, Slayheim says I saved his life. I did. Well, I mean, it was a group effort, I would say, because the taunt did help in order for that heal to get off. Yeah, that was the Alkalite was crazy, says Slayheim. I was not expecting that at all. I mean, I looked at my screen, looked back, and you know, Rocksteady is almost dead, and I'm like, oh, did I do something wrong? What the heck is going on? And plus, I'm like on someone else's stream, and I'm like, oh god, no, we're gonna have a death. Like, I feel bad as a healer. Like, again, I'm, you know, this is the first time like maining a healer, for this game. And I think I've discussed this with you beforehand. Where part of the reason why, you know, like I want to put myself out of my element to, you know, get to know the game better, and at least as far as like class mechanics go, so I can be knowledgeable of the game and help people out. So yeah, I mean, all that means is that, like, you know, when I play a healer, like, I feel like I don't want anybody to die. Like, I really don't. And that, like, when someone dies, like, under my watch, like, I feel like super bad, because, like, you know, you're getting a chunk of XP taken away from you when that happens, when it could have been prevented. And I obviously know, like, you know, there's gonna be some situations where you're just not gonna be able to help it. Benny Buck says, have a good night gaming off dinner. Hey man, thank you for sticking around. Thank you for chatting. Don't get a lot of YouTube chatters, but hey man, appreciate it. So basically, yeah, like the theme of this episode is pretty much all trade skilling. If you need anything like a rawhide backpack or some pouches, I kind of feel bad like breaking them down and like not using them. I don't mind giving them away to friends, friends and colleagues here. So just let me know if you need something. Oh, I'm also in an area where there's like gonna be some noobs. There's gonna be some noobs leveling up, so I'm gonna be mindful about not taking too much away from them. I'll put Bristly Barrier back on. Just Snaring Vines. There we go. Then we are in spring too. Okay. I mean, that's still a lot of mana for... It's a really cool spell though, right? Like, I mean, I don't... At least the, what was it? The particle effects were pretty cool. Right, like... I think Wizard gets something similar. So one of the things that I learned about recently, with this area is that I guess the orcs are trying to summon the undead. By the way, I want to say you're welcome to play anytime with us. Usually, we always have a spot open and have to plug. Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, I don't mind being a dedicated healer for your group. I mean, it excuse me. Like I said, it was one of the most smoothest healing experiences that I've done so far. Everybody kind of like knew their class. Everybody was very competent on what they were doing. Obviously, there's some things when you can't really help or you just make a mistake, which is fine. I mean, the group that I got afterwards, not with you guys, but the next day, was a fairly bad experience compared to what I got crystallized magic. Awesome. So yeah, I would prefer to like be in groups like that. I'm in a hell level right now, level 24. I think that's universal for characters. So I'm not going to be progressing as much until you guys get back, because I know you're all going to be playing EverQuest Legends. I don't have a word on that right now. I gotta convince my wife to let me buy in. So that's really the only thing that I'm waiting on. But yeah, I mean, I'd rather wait around for a group like that, all on Discord, all communicating, than just pugging around myself. I mean, yeah, Sayam says he's going to be shifting that towards bit, which is fine. I mean, okay, so this seems to be a camp over here, so I want to be a bit mindful. I don't want to be kill stealing, although I did have to perform my first kill steal last night because I was dealing with a very toxic barg, and all I was trying to do was just ask the guy a question, and the dude was just so short with me. And by happenstance, the mob that he wanted ended up aggroing on me, and he was a bit upset that he thought I was taking his mob and I wasn't. I'm just not trying. I'm trying to ask you a question. He's like, I don't need help. I was like, that wasn't my question. He's like, I don't know what you're trying to do. I'm like, but whatever. And I'm like, okay. Now I am going to take your mob. It's not a good idea to piss off the guy that's a higher level than you, who is just ran across the zone to buff you because you asked him not. Anyways, it was a bad experience. I shouldn't be complaining. I complain too much sometimes. But anyways, do you have a rogue? As I have Chomper's Tooth, which is what I got from that. And I'm trying to pawn it off to somebody. My trophy from last night. But if anybody in chat who wants that, you let me know. Alright, we're looking for... we're looking for mining nodes. Go and gather. I know there's a macro way you can grab these tools out. I just haven't figured it out yet. I will though, I promise, guys. I think the other issue I had with the other group was we were just doing, and I don't know why this is, and maybe one of you guys out there can shed some light on here. Maybe I'm being the anal about it, but We're all in a grindy group. I get invited to Sungri Strand, and they're doing the cellar area with the bandits or whatever, or farmhands, whatever they were. And so we have like 5 people in group, and like this druid comes along. He's LFG, and now we have like 2 druids. I mean, druids have crowd control, and they can be fairly powerful DPS, or at least burst damage when we need to be. And they wouldn't let that guy join because they're waiting for a tank to go into the area. But if we have 2 druids, we should be able to do it. And they just like wouldn't budge on that issue. And so like I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna have to. So what I did is I called the guy over there and to replace me, and I told him I was just gonna have to jet. When I have like disagreements like that in game, it's just better to like, you know, walk away instead of like throwing out insults. To be fair, I did call him dumb to the other druid. I felt bad. I felt bad for him. I think I could have handled that a little bit better, but yeah, that did piss me off. So yeah, it says that's the best thing you can do sometimes. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I thought about like explaining why I was gonna leave, but you know, I was like, you know, I just told him I had a jet, and then that was about it. And so the guy they rejected, I had replaced me. But yeah, maybe I was wrong about. Maybe their assessment was right where they wanted a tank to go in there. But I think we could have handled it with 2 druids. I think that should have been, especially if that druid was like a higher level than me. I think he was. And of course, you had the necro in there that was telling me how to heal. Wasn't providing any mana support. So, you know, one of those things. But I think I was watching the VOD, and I think the issue was that they were just too optimistic on the polling spot that they wanted, and people were just aggroing different mobs, and those damage was just spread around too much, and it was just a lot of damage, and I had to keep multiple people up or try to keep people alive. And I was like, hey, listen, I am running out of mana too quickly. But yeah. But just remember, guys, if anything goes wrong, it's always the healer's fault. It's what I'm learning. So are these guys indifferent to me? Okay. I do like how fast I can swim. Well, that was the first time I didn't run into a geometry bug. That was kind of nice. What do we got? 9 copper, 9 scraps. What do we... Crystallized magic. Dang, that's awesome. It's the first time in like weeks I've seen that drop. Like I've gotten more magic fronds, and I think it's just like the loot table's just like too big, right? You've got a bunch of the precious gemstones dropping from that and the crystallized magic. So, I mean, you're not going to be able to get that all the time, and so it seems like, you know, if you're going to be trying to get those magic fronds to disenchant like a magic item, gathering herbalism seems to be the way to go. which is what we're going to be doing. We're going to try to get our leatherworking up to a reasonable level and try to craft that. Hopefully I can do that today. Not exactly sure if I'll be able to do it this stream or pull that off. But we're gonna try. We're gonna do our best. Oh yeah, this is one of the ones you can't actually... There's like some type of invisible wall here. Forest friends free, 1 per person. Get great for your tune. Bank, hail, wolf. Right to the bottom. Newbie left. Okay. Someone's just giving out stuff. Understandable. I did not get this one either. That's alright, okay. We'll get some cloth. Some bone chips from our skeleton friends here, who are graciously going to donate that to us. Well, you know what? I could do bristly barrier. Look at all my buffs. Robert Ainstrand, man, like he has done such a wonderful job with this game and the soundtrack. Robert is definitely the GOAT. For his soundtrack. I mean, Shoreline is probably my best, is the one I like the most. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that's a good way to put it, Slayheim. I mean, imagine the original Star Wars trilogy without music. Yeah, I mean, music adds a lot to the game. And I like the choice that they didn't decide to like put like some sort of like battle music that kind of interrupts the immersive background music, like EverQuest does. Do like that decision, because once you get into a like vibe of soloing and gathering materials, you get right back into it. Yeah, it does. Slayheim, the music really helps to make it. Yeah, it does. 100%. Got 2. Okay. We're gonna be losing one of our. I think the orcs also drop cloth, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go ahead and grab a rabid wolf here. We might overpull. Please don't go into that train, Val. Oh my god, I'm gonna be really upset. If I just get like some noob killed. Casual underscore, welcome sir, first time chatter. Appreciate you stopping by. I know you've been in chat for a minute. I I typically welcome people, but although Matthew told me not to stop doing that, but I will politely disagree with him. How you doing, Mel? He told me that I shouldn't engage with the lurkers, so I was like, ah. I mean, I don't force anybody to say anything in my chat. I do like to say hi to people that I can see. Did they nerf the experience rate? Okay, so I'm just curious. Well, I don't think so. And say hi, maybe you're able to shed some light on that. Not to my knowledge. Right now, personally, I'm in a hell level, so it takes like double XP to actually get through this. If you're... Yeah, I don't think so. The issue is that these guys are like trivial to me, and I'm not going to gain any experience anyways. I'm just harvesting the mats. I'm basically showcasing. Yeah, I'm showcasing Monster Memory, but specifically like for today, we're just doing crafting and how much work actually goes into it. So this whole stream, 2 or 3 hours, I've just been gathering materials, going back to the crafting stations and crafting and trying to skill up. So I don't think that they... Casual underscore says, leveling a new character in level 3 seems slower. What character are you on? What type of class? If you don't mind sharing. You're on a wizard. Yeah, so sometimes there are levels that just feel like... Okay, so wizard's one of the guys that just got a revamp too. Although that revamp, it does kind of feel bad. I stopped playing the wizard. In fact, I deleted my low-level character because of it. Because you don't have meditation yet until level 4. So that mana regen is going to be a bit hell to go through, especially with the wizard at that level. I don't know if I would recommend wizard being the first class, although they do get teleportations, and if you're into being a wizard, hey man, like the wizard community in this game is super funny. I don't know if you've ever seen their Discord, but they like to post a bunch of wizard memes, like a bunch of image macros about being a wizard. And some of them are really, really funny. So I mean, the wizard community in this game is great, but that said, you are in a class where you can solo. It's just soloing is atrociously slow with that particular class as of right now, especially at the lower levels, and it might behoove you to get into a group as soon as possible. That would be my advice, and that's what's been told to me by actual wizard mains. Or you can start a druid. Yeah, I'd probably recommend a druid right now for most new players. That until they revamp the bard, because the bard's also supposed to be one of those jack of all trade classes. I'll take that off. We'll put stone skin back on, then we'll rebuff ourselves. Are you playing right now? Is my follow-up question. Schedule underscore. Thank you all. See how level 4 is. If you get, yeah, it's gonna be a little bit daunting to get there with the wizard. Try to get into a group if you can. And for like a DPS class, kind of, you guys do kind of have a hard time getting into a group. I can go ahead and buff you if you're online right now, make things a little bit easier for you. Although I don't have any like mana boosting abilities. I do have Speed of the Wild and Stone Skin, as well as Bristly Barrier. And since you're a wizard, you're going to be in Night Harbor, and it doesn't take too. And you know, druids also get teleportation, so it's not going to take me too long to get there. Within minutes. But totally up to you, sir. Casual underscores, appreciate it, but no worries. I'm used to slow leveling as an EQ player. Yeah, so am I, man. I think we're all used to the grind. It just it's about how the grind feels, right? So I need to go back and I need to make a wizard because they do get teleportation. One of the teleports that you are going to get is to the glass flats, and that can go up to, at least I've seen it as high as like 70 silver, people paying for that teleport. So you are going to be set. If you stick with it, you're going to be pretty good. You don't have to actually do trait skilling, you can just sell your abilities. So yeah, my advice, because that's the next character that I want to level up, is it's going to be a wizard. Just because they get the teleportation to those areas that the druid doesn't get. So I can make money. If you're just joining us, hey, welcome. If you're coming back in, welcome back. Glad to have you all. All right. I mean, it'd probably be going just a little bit faster if I was slowly focusing on the skeletons. We do got some noobs up there camping it out, and so I do want to be mindful of not ruining their fun, whether or not it's like an unintentional train or, you know, just kind of kill stealing their mobs. I'm really mindful of that. And if you're doing this, yeah, I would probably recommend you be mindful of that too. We also need to focus on getting the copper nodes. In about 15 minutes, I'm going to have to take a work call. We'll take a short 5-minute break. One of the things I actually do for work, and if you're new here, I mean, I tutor kids and to get some extra money. On top of my retirement pay. And that, I mean, it's hard to really consider that. And I keep saying that. I mean, I'm like, because we got back from vacation, and, you know, I have a couple kids out there that are doing summer school. So, one of them He happens to be autistic. They just got back to me. They just got back from Japan. But it's always a joy to work with him. And then when he finally makes progress, like it's like, oh, I mean, it's a very rewarding experience. And so we had another breakthrough a couple days ago with him. And you know, there's no really monetary value you can put on that for me. And I would choose, and honestly, guys, I would choose tutoring a kid over streaming. But you know, it's summer school's in, and or summer. I mean, it is summer, so I mean, I'm not going to have as much work until school season starts. So that might cut into my stream time just a little bit. But if any of you need help out there, you let me know. More than willing to stop what I'm doing and help out a chatter. Because I am definitely a community member first and a streamer second. And again, I've been very fortunate for the streaming community has been has welcomed me with like open arms, and it just everyone's just been so nice to me. Like I'm just like, oh wow, I'm not sure I deserve this, but I mean, this is all my interactions have been absolutely positive with all the streamers I've interacted with and the chatters. Just kind of looking around for some copper nodes because we need the copper nodes. We need the copper ingots to make copper fasteners so we can level up our tailoring. Yep, there's the geometry bug. Okay. Now, is anybody doing jewel crafting out there? I don't know if USMC Dragon or Dragon USMC is going to be here in chat yet. I think he's the only one that I know of. But I got a bunch of precious gems in my bank that I need to get rid of, and I hate to vendor them when they can go to somebody else. You let me know. See, what's this guy? Oh, he's also diseased. Okay. Alright, we'll go ahead and get rid of some things here. Help him out with the disease. Be a battlefield medic. That's really what the druid feels like. Feels like it's more of a medic than a priest. At least get that all off of him, and then I'll cast Speed of the Wild. Help him out. How about it, brother? Where are you going? You can't. You don't get to go. You don't get to run away from me without getting buffed. There you go. Now you can run away. Some people are shy. It's okay. We got cure disease. Okay, what do we need? about our stuff. Our stuff, we need a rebuff on our stuff anyways. Go ahead and put Mantle of Winter back on. Get that back up. And then minor heal. So we can switch back into spring. What auto speed? Yeah, we need our own speed of the wild buff, so we'll go ahead and do that. My target is too far away. Oh, yeah, so we got a bunch of noobs around here, like this guy over here. Let's go ahead and consider him. Speed of the Wild, spell shield sense. Okay. Yeah, see, they are. I don't want to be the one taking all their mobs away from them. You know, even though I need them for the materials. Although I believe this guy, he did leave. Oh, no, he's coming back from. Okay. Alright, so I'm not going to take him away from him. Since we're in winter. Yeah, we just want to be careful. Alright, you know, mindful. Not careful, but mindful of others. I do like that blink that the wizard gets. Okay, so he's... We're just buffing up here, and then we're going to go ahead and collect our skeleton friends. What else do we need? We need the lightning strikes. I think that's the only AoE that we actually have. Oh, Jesus. Alright, well... He's pretty much dead. If you're just joining us, welcome. Coming back in. Hey, welcome back. Oh, I didn't even realize I guess I'm getting full of inventory, guys. I didn't even realize that. Okay, let's go ahead and do some inventory hero. Here, let's try to get this out of our leatherworking kit and into some more appropriate. We'll go ahead and put this into the pouches. Hopefully in tailoring we can get like 8-slot pouches or 6-slot pouches. No, not 6-slot, but 8-slot. Hide backpack. Not the other one. Okay. Brittlestone. Copper ore. We got crystallized magic here. And this is the leatherworking kit. Do that. Do that. There we go. Good old game of inventory hero. Cloth padding. Alright, we're gonna have to go back to the city soon. That's okay. As you can see, like the crafting is it's fairly in depth in this game. It takes a lot. And I know that they're gonna probably change some of it. I just don't know when. Oh, we forgot to add the lightning strike. It's okay. Luckily, we have snare. Get rid of speed of the wild as well. So we don't need that. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to... Oh shit, this guy's gonna get fucking trained. Let's pull him over here. Alright, well we're gonna have to, Of course it fizzles and fails. Right when I needed to go off the most. Rounding the corner right into the noob, man, I just... Not the best. Not the best time for a noob to be coming around that corner. That's for sure. It's classic overpulled, not prepared type of moment. But as long as we just don't panic. We should be fine. Already got, okay, we're good. I just wasn't prepared for doing that, and I kind of like went in there half cocked, which is usual for me. Alright, cool. Easy. In a situation like that, I don't really care about someone poaching one or two off of me. I did make a mistake. What is this? Wearing leather working kit, that's why. When you go into the tailoring kit. We don't need that. We do need these guys. Rusty greatsword. Don't think I have room for that. Uh-oh. I might want to get that to one of my alts. I think the Inquisitor, human Inquisitor that I have is going to get it. I wonder what's the next batch of revamp characters they're gonna do. Personally, I think it's gonna be the Inquisitor, and the reason why is they're releasing the Deep. So, along with that, I think they're gonna be doing the Deep Elves. They're gonna be doing the Deep Elves. One of the Deep Elves' main things is an Inquisitor. So I'm hoping against all hope that we can get that. Oh, okay. Alright. I'm gonna have to answer something really quick, guys. It'll take about 5 minutes. Take a 5-minute break and we'll reconvene. We'll go ahead and give you guys something to look at. Go ahead and hide again. Although this won't work for the undead. There we go. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming back. We are on our druid friend. And for the last, we'll say 4 hours, we've been crafting our hearts out. We're still going to continue on with that. I still got some energy. Usually around 4 hours, I kind of like, guys, I gotta go. But, you know, it's one of those days where I feel like I can go a bit longer. So that's what we're going to do. Plus, I don't have to pick up my wife until 7. So we're going to go ahead and continue on with our mission of trying to become a captain of industry. Okay. All right. Putting back the GUI. And we're coming out of the hiding. Checking our buffs, 40 minutes, 15 minutes on that. We'll go ahead and put lesser regeneration back on ourselves. Other things we need to do, we also need to get leather. I mean, there's like a bunch of things we need to do. We are kind of running out of space. I mean, it's a really kind of hard decision of like what I should be carrying, because like, I mean, I could be carrying more a cloth satchel, which has 2 more slots than the leather working kit and tailoring kit, but I can't break stuff down. If that's the case, I also gotta make sure not to bring out crafting material into the field, because it's kind of like just a waste of space, right? So we gotta be a bit more optimized on what we're doing. Let's take a look here. Alright, so if you stuck around, hey, appreciate you sticking around, even if you're not saying anything, you're just kind of being a lurker. Perfectly acceptable. Sorry if I sound like a broken record, but just having even like one person in chat, or one person not in chat, but like in the audience helps. So I know I'm like speaking to somebody. Alright, take a look at our bristly berry, what we need. No. Alright. We're not gonna get a chance to do that, but that's okay. That is pretty much dead. Raw wolf meat we'll leave for somebody. We'll take the wolf blood though. And the wolf tooth. I mean, they're not too bad, but we are losing inventory space every time we take a wolf blood. Well, there should be a shady vendor here, or near us, so we can sell off the wolf blood and we don't have to run all the way back to town to reorganize our inventory. I think, right? Is this where... Oh, maybe it's... Where is it? Okay, well, maybe the shortest route is the shady vendor in town. I thought we were closer to the, Oh, we can go over here. I thought I was over here somewhere. Turns out I wasn't. Hey. Oh, I have the incorrect tools for the job. I do like alchemy. I'm not really sure what I can... I mean, I guess I could. I mean, I could take advantage of it and sell the potions if I really want to. I mean, they are quite useful. All right, shift the elf. You're gonna be my best friend. For a second. There we go. Okay. Oh, I got 500 copper on me. Let's see if anybody has sold anything that we might find useful. Brittlestone. We'll take the brittlestone. Alright, yeah, nothing to really write home about, unfortunately. I gotta make a... I'm gonna look into that off stream, make the macro. But the reason why they have that there, and it's kind of like obtuse to use, is it's a preventative measures for botting. It's not gonna stop all botting, but you know, it's gonna present, at least catch like the low-hanging fruit. Okay, I don't want to be anywhere near those guys. And I still haven't really... There we go. And you put minor lightning strike. I don't know why I didn't do that earlier. Ah, since magic needs to go back on. Go ahead and rebuff our stone skin. What we're going to do is we're going to run through here, make sure we scout out the area for any like noob camps, because we don't want to be kill stealing. I will be taking this rabid wolf because we will need the... They're all linked anyways. I'm trying to avoid the skeletons as much as possible. I don't even have... Hold on. Well, I don't want to... This is an AoE like right next to this snare. And if I snare it, it's going to hit the Drake thing, and that was one of the problems I had. I'm now rabid. Sometimes we just have to stay and fight. It seems like if you have enough enemies, the lightning strike's not going to hit you. So we got hit ourselves. Take that. We'll reapply our stone. Oh, we already did that. Okay, we'll get that off, and then we'll put our cure disease, because you just contracted rabies. I think Shaman does get this a bit earlier. Take a look at our mantle winner. 36 minutes left. 35 minutes left on Speed of the Wild. Should be good. If I stop knocking things over. Wow, it's the first time in a while I've actually one-shot a mob. My auto attack. What else do we have? We have brittle sharpening stone. We can reapply that to our weapon. There we go. Bristly barrier, forgetting to reapply. One of the things I like about the DPS classes, especially like the archery, you can just, these guys you can just explode when you're at the appropriate level. I don't think you ever get to feel that way with the druid. Although druid does have some pretty good burst DPS. It just takes a lot out of the druid. But I feel like we're making progress as far as our crafting skills. I feel like we're just that much closer to crafting our own gear. We really should be trying to focus on, well, we don't really have to do that, but I do want to make the enchanted gear before I move on to the hide armor, because getting the hide armor is still kind of an issue. And that's why we're trying to get the enchanted gear first, so we can just get that little bit more AC and the stat bonuses to help us. So I gotta have 4 mobs meleeing on me before I use a lightning strike, otherwise it's gonna hit me. I think it's 4 mobs. Something happened. What happened? Oh, casual underscore. Thank you for the follow, pal. Appreciate it. You were the first one to test out that because, for whatever reason, I wasn't getting the sound notification, and I figured out what it was. Like, all my sound notifications were, like, turned off, and I never touched it. It just, that was it. So, the first one to verify that it's actually working. I was like, oh, what's going on here? That's a new sound. Well, it's the sound of someone following me. So, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I am a hobbyist, so I mean, the fact that you feel the need to follow me at all, I mean, is, you know, it's a, what's the right word for it? Flattering, I guess. I mean, because, like, you know, like, again, like, really starting this as far as, like, a public speaking channel, showcasing my favorite game. So, I think I'm doing something right. You sure did, pal. I really appreciate it. I do. I mean, it's like, even though I'm not like in this for like money or anything, I mean, it's just like the fact that like people feel the need, people can like want to follow me is quite heartening. I'm not having any luck here. I'm getting punched in the face. Alright. There we go. Okay. We'll go ahead and redo the vines. I do like that ability. That is nice. And I don't have to face my targets. We'll go ahead and round them all up here. With this guy too. Yeah, I try to be a chill streamer. One of the now sometimes I get like solicitation from like the digital artists out here, and they all kind of have the same like dialogue tree. Some of them actually have led to some interesting conversations with it, and one of them I think asked me like, "Do you ever want to be big?" And I was like, "Well, no, not really, because then we kind of lose that vibe, right?" Like, I'd be happy with like a small classroom size of people in the chat room, like, and that would be it. And that's like just like for, better for me. And plus, like, it's kind of hard to have like a one-on-one philosophical discussion with people, you know, about whatever I want to talk about, like even if it's like the mind-body problem. And we kind of lose that when you get like super big. So yeah, hopefully this place will never get huge, is what I'm hoping. I can probably pull that off just by doing Monsters and Memories, and just I'm okay with like being a known community member. But anything beyond that, I'm just like, nah. Oh yeah, this one doesn't work. But yeah, the other streams that I drew inspiration from are Class and Cool, Slayheim, and Classic EQ. Those guys I would also look into what they're doing, because they're also very, very chill, especially Class and Cool. I think he was one of the first videos I was. Yeah, he makes like really good content. He does stream. I don't know if I think he live stream on YouTube, but he takes the stream down and then edits it as a video at a later date. And his videos are well put together. So I would definitely recommend you go checking him out if you like just like really chill. But he's on YouTube, not on Twitch. I haven't commented on any videos recently, but I should. Hey, we're getting a bunch of resources here. Nice. Okay. Very cool. We're making progress. Hey, for just joining us, welcome. Coming back in, welcome back. I see new people in chat, but now, like, the old man Matthew's like, you shouldn't talk to lurkers. I was like, I don't expect them to talk. I just, I want to say hi. But I've been told not to do that, so I'm a little afraid now. Oh, okay. Good. Okay. Alright. Very cool. That's a cloth shirt. Okay, we can do that. We have... Yeah, we're gonna have to go back to... We're gonna have to return to base here. Because we're just running out of inventory. And then, part of the issue is that I brought out crafting material in the field, and I really shouldn't do that. push our luck to try to get a magic prawn. There we go. All right. If you're just joining us, hey, welcome. Coming back in, welcome back. Glad to have you. Right now we are still going through our crafting crusade to get Indurrian, or however the guys were either saying it. I don't know, man. It generated a name. You can say it however you want. But we're undergeared, and so because of that, and because it's been so hard to find appropriate level gear, just by happenstance, we've been going hard at crafting, and so now we just did a boatload of gathering. We're gonna organize our inventory, and we're gonna try to pump out some materials. If you need a rawhide backpack or a cloth pouch, you let me know. I will give that I'll give that free to any viewer that wishes it. Or you can hit me up in game, you know, if you don't feel comfortable in chatting. Let's see, did I pick up any animal parts? I think I did. I think I picked up the wolf tooth. Okay, chomper's tooth, which is a story in and of itself. How I got that. Moral of the story is do not piss off a higher level character. Higher level player. Namely me. My dad used to say, don't get mad, get even. Oh yeah, we were kind of at our limit of carry weight. Alright, rusty greatsword. We can... Yeah, I should have never brought out all these crafting material. We'll go ahead and put this in here. Chomper's tooth, we'll go ahead and put that in the bank in case somebody's gonna want it somewhere at some point in time, and I feel bad of like if I just vendor that or sell that on auction. Go ahead and put the chip in there. Okay. And sometimes there's like a bank bug where like items just disappear. Yeah, see, so I was holding it and then it just like wasn't there. And then it like sticks around in my hand, but it's really in my inventory. What the flip? Okay. Let's try to reload. Usually I only get that bug when I'm... Oh, I guess I did teleport recently. Let's see if I log back out and log back in. That'll fix it. Dragon USMC, hey Val, welcome back. We need to talk to you. If you're not looking and you are there. Because I have... You're doing dual crafting. I have a bag of gems that I could vendor, but I also could give it to a friend. Do you want some? Or do you want it? You let me know. You're probably busy, it's okay. Hopefully I didn't lose that. Copper ore. It's okay if I did. Because we can get a bunch of it. Yeah, so it seems like relogging kind of helps deal with that. There we go. What do we got in here? Tattered. That's hide? Is that hide? Rawhide. Okay. Tattered rawhide boots. Cloth scraps. Where in the world did I place the cloth scraps at? Cloth padding. See, I shouldn't have brought that out. Alright. There we go. Wool scraps. Rawhide canvas. Chance of rawhide canvas. Chance of rawhide. Put the rawhide canvas in here. The rough thread in there. Okay. Oh, there's my mortar and pestle. Okay. Very cool. Alright. Seems like I'm running out of inventory space. By quite a bit. Those Drakeling glands need to go into the shared space. Wheatstone, brittle wheatstone. Put that over here. And that over here in the shared area. Smithing pliers. Okay, yeah, so that's the bank. That over here. Tattered rawhide belt. Okay, we don't need the rawhide scraps. Again, this is going to be typically, I mean, like, I could be more organized with my inventory. Sorry if I'm not. But if you're crafting, you're probably going to run into this problem where you're running out of inventory space. Leatherworking. It says cloth padding. Put that over there. Rawhide scraps, I'll put that over there. Rawhide scraps, okay, so they're all kind of like in one area. So we are playing the game of Inventory Hero. What is this? Crude Ignite Mold. We'll go ahead and take that. And we'll take this, take that. Right. And then we'll... now we can start breaking these down a little bit more. Okay. So we're gonna have to go back out there for specifically for cloth, because I don't think it, okay, no I didn't. Tattered cloth belt, okay. Where's my tailoring kit? There it is, okay. Alright. I was like, man, I only got like 5 cloth scraps. I was like, dang. I could be doing way better. Alright, gentlemen. Brittlestone. Okay, so that is... Oh, okay, so we'll take this, then. We'll close out the bank. We'll make sure that we have everything in order before we go. Brittlestone. Oh wow, okay. We'll have to deal with that in a minute. There it is, okay. Alright, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna sell that that wolf's blood to the grocer, which is just like another shady vendor. We're gonna head up to the shaman area and turn in our bones. And with the cloth we have, we'll go ahead and make the bolts. Yeah, I thought I got way less for a minute. I was like, oh, wait a minute, what's going on? Shaman's not over here, it's over here. And then while I'm off stream, I will endeavor to get these onto here. Let's see, do I have anything for the outfitter? Don't. Okay. Oh, cool. I will take all those. Those are mine. Very cool. I will take all that. Selling cloth scraps to the vendor, then I will buy that off of the vendor. That was a very serendipitous find. My wife's wanting to know if we can go to Costco. Of course we can. You go ahead and text her, guys. If you're just joining us, welcome. Coming back in, welcome back. Remember in EverQuest, like, yeah, one of the first things that you do for blacksmithing is you make a sharpening stone. Or you use sharpening stone to sharpen dull weaponry. Okay. Let's see, so I have 27 So I need to buy 27. And as you can see, I mean, now I might not be the most efficient like gatherer or trade skiller, but I mean, it does take quite a bit of effort to make your own gear. And what I mean by that, for right now, for where we're at, we need to get up to like wool, so I can make wool padding, and like I just haven't been able to do that. But we are close to one of our other milestones, which is making enchanted leather, or the enchanted rawhide leather for us, which is going to be a boost, a much needed boost for what we're doing, because we are so under geared right now, that to the point where it's kind of hard to get the appropriate mats for our level. Alright, let's go ahead, because I have lugging around a rusty greatsword for one of my alts. Okay, there we go. We got a Charner's greatsword, making it a little bit better. We could sell that, but we are not going to do that. We are going to go... Oh. Before I go anywhere, we're going to try to be efficient with our time. Do have to go somewhat soon. I want to make sure like the house is straightened up and I got everything ready. Cats are taken care of. You know. A bunch of adult stuff, right? I'm gonna make sure the wife is happy when she comes home and it's not like a complete and utter disaster here. Do what you can with what you have. Then we're gonna go ahead and turn those bone chips. Where? Robert Engstrand is the composer for this, and now in Evershade, my only criticism for Evershade, I mean, there's obvious bugs of the river bank where you can't get out because of some geometric bug that makes you wig out, and that the soundtrack is kind of just on like a randomized loop. Whereas, like in the Night Harbor area, certain areas get certain soundtracks. So, like if you're on the shoreline on the Croc Coast, it has its own music, which is called Shoreline, which is a great bit by Robert. He's done a fantastic job. If you ever sees that, you are doing very well, sir. So, primary reason why we're turning this into moon dances versus like the paladins in Night Harbor is because we get cloth rewards sometimes, and we can break those down. That's why collecting those bone chips was super useful for us. There we go. 11 cloth scraps. Okay. Copper bar, why are these? Oh, jeez. Okay. Try to reload again for missing items. I think it's really a matter of just being on for a while. And then if you're teleporting, it seems like those bugs reappear but they will certainly work out those kinks. And we really got nothing in our tailoring kit, so we'll go ahead and put this seam ripper in our tool belt. Riddlestone. Okay, 19. There we go. Alright, we are getting low on food. Not that it matters much for a druid. Tattered cloth pantaloons. We'll go ahead and break that down. There we go. Very cool. Then we'll go 1 tier up. We'll tan the pelts that we got. Would anybody like a rawhide bag? Already gave one away to Chatter and fellow streamer. Five of those. I mean, it kind of sucks because I have to use the cloth for the bolts now instead of the padding. Which means I'm gonna have a lot more, how do I put this? I'm not gonna have a lot of resources to devote to leatherworking then as far as cloth goes, because it's all going into cloth, or tailoring. But the way I can do it, leveling 2 of these guys at the same time, is by making the rawhide backpacks, which just require the rawhide canvas and the rough thread. But it takes 7 rawhide canvases to make, so it is quite expensive. Yeah, we've 4.5 hours of crafting. Obviously, you know, I took a break. So, I mean, you can probably try to optimize this run yourselves. You know, maybe give me some tips if you found a better way to do it than what I've been doing. Probably figure out which way I need to go, not getting distracted by talking. Oh, yeah, I meant to go to the bank. But, you know, I'm getting somewhat excited here for our crafting adventure as we try to become a captain of industry. Oh, okay, let me go ahead and get buff. We're gonna start winding down the stream because I'm looking at the time. I got a mop today, so it's one of those things. Go. We'll try to finish everything we can. We're not going to do another collection run because I just don't have time anymore. But I do have time to finish this out. There's a peculiar instance. Typically, when you are refining something, you tend to lose weight. But in Monsters and Memories, for whatever reason, it seems like you gain weight. So we're kind of like breaking the laws of like thermodynamics here. Right? Because if you refine like copper ore, like you're gonna get rid of all the impurities. You're gonna get rid of all like the rock. And you're just gonna be left with of the ore, or the copper ore, so it should technically weigh less. Unless it's a magic forge. But even then that wouldn't make sense, right? I mean, you wouldn't gain mass by refining something, you would lose it. Maybe I should not bring that up. Maybe I should. I don't know if I ever get time to talk to one of the devs like face to face, I'll probably bring it up. Alright, we're gonna, let's see if we don't do that. Don't need anything in there. What about the satchel? Yeah, we can use that. That's fine. We can use that too. I'm not making any. I'll take that out. Rawhide canvas, at least we have one. Leather, hide, wool, bronze. Of course, we got our hide scraps, rawhide canvas. Alright, well, I got enough to make, well, wool scraps, we can't do anything with that right now. Yeah, okay, we'll devote this to making, wait, where's my... I got 7 bolts, right? So I need more of this. Did I put the bolts in the bank? I think I did. I did, okay. So I got 10. Of crafting material we gotta work through. We'll break down crystallized magic. Nice. 5 powder. Very cool. Okay, we'll head over to... So yeah, we're not gonna be able to craft anymore. We'll head back over to the Night Harbor. And then we'll deposit the greatsword into the shared item space, and we'll call it a day. Unfortunately, I got chores to do. Okay. Alright. And then, of course, I will be looking out for the old man Matthew to give him his rawhide backpack. Does anybody in chat want a rawhide backpack? By the way, maybe you want to put in your order right now before I leave. I'm gonna be making them anyways because I gotta like skill up. Sure, I'm at the gate. Well, I already have one promise to. I will make you one when I'm on later. I already got one. You know what? Here, I'll hook you up. Really quick, we'll hook you up. Because I can just make one for myself. I'm not gonna make you wait. Alright, backpack. We'll take the Tome of Enchantment and put it in the satchel.
Yeah.
It'd be really nice to see who made this. No, I got you. I got your backpack right now. Where are you at, Al? North Gate, West Gate, North Gate. You're okay. I didn't see the end. All right, I'm gonna head up there. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see the end. Yeah, I kind of feel bad of like breaking them down or like vendoring them, and plus I'm not going to have a whole lot of room anymore. I mean, there's only 2 banks that we have right now. I know we're going to get a third bank at the end of the month, so as I'm skilling up, you know, kind of give it out to people who need it. And I'll buff you up before I leave. Because I will be making more for sure. Druid, yeah, I mean, Druid buffs are good. Shaman buffs, I think, are a little bit better. And Shaman does perform a bit better in group. Although they haven't hit him with a revamp yet. But I do like the Shaman buffs a little bit more. But Druid buffs are good. Especially, you know, Speed of the Wild, which the Shaman also gets. Alright, which one are you? Are you the tiny gnome? Is that you? Okay. Alright, we'll go ahead and open a trade with you. Okay. Give me just a second. We'll go ahead and put that in there for you. Oh, I gotta put it on my side. I'm sorry. I was trying to put it... There you go. Enjoy. Let me take a look at what you got on you before you head out. Okay, yeah, you got a lot of high-level stuff on you. Yeah, you should be good. Do you have... Okay, here. I don't know what your class is, but I'm going to go ahead and give you Bristly Barrier. There you go. Alright guys, I'm going to head out. Thank you all for joining. Thank you for the discussions. No problem. Again, anybody in my chat, if you need like a rawhide backpack, I am skilling up. I'll just give it out because I'm going to run out of inventory space in my bank to put them in until we get to the deep, which is at the end of this month. Thank you to all my subscribers. Thank you to all my followers. I appreciate that. Appreciate the follows. See who's in chat before I leave. All right. All right, Dragon. I will get back to you. I know you're probably busy. I'll get back to you on those gems that I have for your jewel crafting at a later date. Just hit me. I don't even know what your character is, but yeah, just hit me up and I'll pass you bunch of gems for you. Thank you guys again so much for joining. It's been Monsters Memories. If you're not familiar, it is a spiritual successor to EverQuest. It's been an absolute joy. Right now, the community has been mostly very positive. The vast majority of cases. I mean, there's a few little gamer issues of having bad groups and bad interactions with people, but you know that's just humanity. But all right, guys, I will see you out there. Have a good one.